We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Die sombren zelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes Dio hum niga, radzaudzen melek és fredzes, durante in todo in memu. A nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zaniman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanni bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, gilo tanu man libri, sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat para i honra para i gloria Abi país la sin parar para y honra, para y gloria. Abi país la sin parar. Todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition. Con trai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon. Con trai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon.
the only way. I got my mind made up about where I wanna be. Can't nobody take my home from me. There is no place like home. Send wise how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. And I will never leave you. And I will never forget. No, no, yeah. I will always take you wherever I go, so that everyone can know. There is no place like home. Send wise how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. There is no place like home. Send wise how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like
Yeah, we are proud of where we're from. You won't find a more prouder people.
no place like home.
Are you ready?
Send wise how
Let's go. Good morning, Guam.
With enthusiasm.
Yep. Must be Tuesday. I look at Tuesday as a redo of Monday. Everything that went wrong on Monday. Let's try it again on Tuesday. Hey, guys. Good morning, Bree.
Second
Good
verse,
morning.
same as the first.
Morning, Jason.
Yeah, good morning. You know what? We have,
Bananas. Those are called bananas.
yeah, okay, can I just share before we do our holiday greetings?
Can you show them the bananas?
Yeah, let
Did
me-
you
Show-
bring these in?
Show them my bananas.
There you go.
Oh, they're picking- yeah.
He
It's-
doesn't touch stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's,
No, speaking of which, though, that's what I want to say. I learned on TikTok this weekend.
you can
right?
touch the outside of the banana, Jay, because
They
it's
said-
disposable.
I learned on TikTok, if you want to keep, here's a tip, right? Okay, there isn't a digital device on earth that I can't make talk to me. I'm confident in that. But when it comes to food or cooking, I'm a complete idiot, right? I'm an absolute moron when it comes to food.
Good morning, Guam.
Okay, there. But I learned on TikTok this weekend, if you want to keep bananas from spoiling when you bring them home, you actually separate the bananas into individual ones, and then you take saran wrap and rub it or wrap it.
You just made the earth cry, bro.
And wrap it
you
around the stem because it promotes like the release of some gas that lets the bananas get older.
Mother
slower.
Guahan is shedding tears of blood because
Is that a
of-
known thing?
you want to use saran wrap to individually wrap bananas.
No, but is that a known thing? No, just around the stem.
Yeah, I don't know how I keep the bananas from spoiling. It's kind of a revolutionary idea. I eat them.
Oh, there. Well, Bree, you said you put them in the fridge, right? Or you
No, I never told you that. I don't know. Making up stuff. No, I never said that to you.
Good morning. Let's just bring this right back
Is
onto
that
the
banana
road.
thing a known thing?
Let's bring it right on the road, back on the road, Jay. We're almost hitting
right.
the pole, going off, and
Half a day. Good morning.
there you go.
Bananas 101.
Holiday from the LBC.
You know what, though,
Whoa.
Jay? That's always good advice to wrap your bananas.
There you go.
Amelia
Our
had
friends
a
at Public
question.
Health would say so.
Okay.
So Amelia had a question about why you can't send boxes from California to Guam. I didn't know that you couldn't, but we have the Postmaster General coming on, Tammy, so we'll ask her.
Okay, our friend Shirag down at the legislature, good buddy of ours, says, no more caffeine for Christopher.
Right on. Hey, good morning, Teresa on our Facebook Live feed. Thanks for jumping on, guys, and waking up. I know a lot of people are into jumping on the link and on the Breeze 93.9 and listening to the anthems. It's a great way to. Reminds me of going to school back in the day.
Remember when we used to do that? Everyone would gather like in the courtyard or something or in your homeroom class and you'd say, the national anthem, the Guam hymn, and now, do they still do Inifresi in the classroom?
They do now, yeah. And then they do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
Teresa Garcia's good morning, KUAM team and everyone. Chamarita Regis. Hoffman, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, KUAM. And the CNMI from the beautiful hillside of Sin City, baby.
Well, Chamarita Regis also says in our comment stream, shout out to all the Army enlistees in South Carolina.
Anita McHale, Roadrunners in the house.
Roberto Francesini writes, Buongiorno, Guam.
All right, see, Pedro Esti says, Hafaloha, everybody. I'm just here watching the show cooking rice.
Right on. Rice cooker on the stove.
Burn Flores writes, good morning from Inalahan.
Burn.
Ted Vincent Kitcheto writes, Bonito half a day from Rochester, New York. What has we got here? Mary Rojas, good morning, KUAM team coming from Mungie Town, Manila. Half a day to everyone near and far. Please continue to stay safe.
See Pedro Esti Hafaloha at home cooking rice. Don't burn the rice.
Okay, that's our first repeat.
Mary Rojas.
Yeah, I just said
sorry.
Mary Ross writes, drum roll, ready to get on the link roller coaster. Stay safe. Yeah, you guys better buckle up this morning. Hold tight.
that. Okay, Eliza Anderson is saying, I'm here watching a show making banana lumpia. So we got another banana.
They're Turon.
Okay, remember, take the bananas and like wrap them in saran wrap around the stems and they will spoil slower. I just learned this.
Angel Pete Quintanilla Castro writes, I like Chris when he starts his Tarzan action. It just motivates our morning. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Lynn from Jigo.
Julie Cruz writes, good morning from beautiful Molesu.
Hello, Therese Garcia.
Anita Materney Blas McHale writes, making homemade fried rice.
Good morning, everybody.
We should do a fried rice challenge. Or not a challenge. No, not a challenge. It's not a competition, guys. We should have a fried rice-a-thon.
Fried rice is on.
No, on Guam, if you're a proper self-respecting Chamorro, your fried rice is a challenge. That's like your pride right there.
That's
I'd just like to see you make fried rice.
yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah. Hey, I just learned how to preserve bananas, and one thing at a time. Or I'm still letting this sink in. I'm still processing this.
Do you remember when we had the baking competition?
Yeah.
It was a cheesecake or something?
It was the KUAM Cheesecake Challenge.
And this dude bought like $90 worth of ingredients.
Yeah.
And it was like the sweetest
Oh, my
cake
God.
ever.
I got
mean,
diabetes just looking at it. I don't think you need to
you
put
remember that?
9 pounds of Reese's peanut butter cups
Yeah,
in the cheese.
okay. My peanut butter cheesecake, people, just so you understand, if you don't remember, it was last year. So I had peanut butter cheesecake, pretzel, crumbled pretzels as
You're giving me a stomach ache.
as the topping, and then I put like Reese's Pieces on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put a whole lot more though. That was so
But
sweet.
we have a couple different types of food here in the studio today. We got the bananas, and then we also have a Chianti.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute here. Good morning, Lane Zanoni McDonald, making banana pancakes from Magana Heights day. Melanie Untalan. Here comes the sun into mooning.
Here comes
Brown
the
Sugar
sun.
Tea writes, good morning from LBC, Long Beach, Snoop Dogg in the house. Good morning.
Did you read the one from Vincent?
What did it say?
Buenas from Zotnia and Mammoth 153 Mogfog.
Yeah,
Cut it out.
Mogfog in the
I love
house.
saying that, Mogfog.
153.
Dude, Mogfog, back in the day, and probably still right now, they've got a lot of really, really good half pipes. If you're a skater, there are a lot of really nice half
I just
pipes.
remember growing up and being on the radio wondering, can you say Mogfog on the air?
No, everybody, and people used to abbreviate it. They're like, hey, coming to you from MF. And
Yeah.
it's like, wait.
What up? MF rules.
Yeah,
Oh,
what
what?
up?
What'd you say? No, Mogfog. Sorry,
Yeah.
Grandma, Mogfog.
It's like, what up, MF? It's like, wait, can we do that?
Yeah, we can. We just did. Adora Tudela writes, good morning from Chalampai in Dedido. Fred Santos, I can't wait to get home. Don't want to quarantine, but got to do it. Nobody quarantines anymore. Do people still quarantine? I think the quarantine hack is out. Everyone knows now. You're like, I hurt my back. I'm a federal employee. Well, actually, one lady that we talked to on the show, remember Monica Broussard?
Yeah.
She went to Hawaii. Her daughter had surgery. Yeah, she doesn't have any connects with anybody, so guess where she is? She's in quarantine. Just
Government quarantine.
Yeah, she just messaged us that she's back in quarantine. And she took us to Hawaii. It was a couple, I want to say 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And she showed us the Ala Moana Mall. And it was like a ghost town. So maybe we'll catch up with her and find out government sponsored
But you know,
quarantine
again,
is treating her.
Monica was saying after she is done with this experience and this ordeal with her because she went to Hawaii because her daughter was medevac, she said that she is going to dedicate herself to making sure that her fellow Guamanians don't have to go through the ordeal that she has now been through. She's going to use her experience to help people and educate people.
And she's not even running for senator.
She's probably going to get a lot of write-in votes, I'm sure.
Yeah. So what do you guys think? Fried rice challenge? You want to do that this week, next week?
Oh, yeah.
What's your go-to fried rice, Bree?
Cafeteria.
Bree's gonna be like, order from the cafeteria.
No, I
put it in her Tupperware that has her name on it,
Okay, I thought, honestly,
and then
before
all of a sudden it's homemade.
we did not. Okay, and our friend Maria Gutierrez is standing by in Zoom. She's cracking. Look at that right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Afide Maria, buenas. Okay, we'll ask Maria about her fried rice. I would have assumed, and we did not plan this. This is all completely like off script. I would assume that Chris would be like hardcore, you know,
Here we go.
spicy chorizos, and I would have assumed
No, you're wrong.
that Brie would have been like, oh, Miss Bougie fried rice. You know,
Yeah,
I've got to use chives, and you know,
Dude, get out of here.
Chives, where's the oregano?
yeah.
Where did you put my rosemary, Brock? You know I'm making fried rice this morning.
With just a hint of basil.
My fried rice is terrible. That's why I said cafeteria.
It's actually kind. I mean, if you've been making fried rice a long time, it's easy. But if you're just getting into it, I mean, there's just a whole like the pregame for me with fried rice. You got to have the right rice. You know what I mean? If you got like soggy Calrose, it's just gonna stick together. It makes sugar in the bottom of the pan, and it's gonna do like that plastic film.
You ever try making it with like Thai sticky rice?
Dude.
I go with the jasmine.
You go with jasmine rice. All right.
Sometimes I go with the jasmine Calrose blend. You know, you want to like 70-30 it up.
Okay, I'm obviously
Oh,
biased
this
here.
dude is like, I'm going to win this.
I'm
challenge."
obviously
Yeah,
biased here, but
Something I could win.
my
Ready to
Nina,
go.
my Nina makes the absolute best fried rice. When I had chicken pox, Nina came over and shout out Dr. Arlene Diaz. Afide Nina, love you. She made like fried rice, but she used the scoops and she didn't constantly turn the fried rice, so not every grain of rice itself was fried. Mm-hmm. It was a mix of, you know, like warm white rice and then like some fried rice, but it was really, really good.
Wow. I try and make sure I shower every single grain of rice with the goodness of, you got to have some kind of fat in there, whether it's, you know, from your tulip, your Spam, your bacon or whatever. You got to put butter. You got to put soy sauce. But there's a point in your fried rice game where you go from like trying to just put everything in it. Like I had my late Uncle Bill, rest in peace. He used to put the frozen mixed vegetables in the fried rice. And let me tell you, I never had the guts to tell my uncle to his face. And even now I feel weird about it because I know he's looking down on us from heaven. There's no place in fried rice for mixed vegetables.
Oh, so he was
I'm
using,
sorry. Lima beans and fried rice?
Yeah, and like the peas and like the little square, the perfectly square
Right. And
carrots.
I didn't even know lima beans. It's kind of like bougie, right? When you watch Food Network now, it's like, oh, we're making this Chianti with the lima beans and da-da-da-da. And I remember watching that and being like, man, I ate lima beans.
And
as a
you're
kid.
saying I make bougie fried rice?
Yeah, so
We
there-
should
where you try to put everything in your fried rice and then you get older and you get wiser and you're like, you know what? This is a 3-ingredient deal, onion, garlic, and a meat. And then you scramble your eggs and throw it in. I'm excited.
Dude.
Fried rice.
we need to have our own version of Iron Chef right here on the link. We'll call it Iron Chef.
Yeah. Jay, we actually got a comment about you
boy.
here. Does Jason, do you iron your underwear?
Do I iron my
He's not wearing any.
no, I heavily. I
Boxers
will.
or briefs?
I would. No, I will say I heavily starch.
He starches his G-strings.
Yeah. But see, I'm the kind of person.
Single ladies.
Man,
Yeah.
the chafing on that, that's got to be something terrible.
What's really embarrassing is if you put your G-string on backwards and you never realize it.
And you're cacking on the front. That's
Yeah.
terrible, man. Melanie writes, leftover pork chop fried rice. That is a good one, right? Chicken is another good one.
Oh wait, Patricia right now. Patricia Talig is okay, and Familia Natalig, I know this.
No
Expert-
soy sauce, she writes.
Yeah, no soy sauce in the fried rice. That's a very good
Oh,
point.
my God, girl.
Wait, do you disagree or do you agree?
How dare you? No
Oh.
soy sauce?
Oh,
What?
them's fighting words
no,
now.
you got to put the soy sauce.
All right.
Right, Mrs. G? Got to put soy sauce. What do you mean? The stuff's cheap. They got it everywhere. Use it. And you put the soy sauce and you put the butter and then just like gets together like this and it's all like that. And it's just like, ooh, okay. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning.
15 minutes in, are we ready?
Can you tell I'm hungry? I had a light dinner last night. I woke up thinking about fried rice, and I was like, we need to talk about fried rice. It is 6:30, the 13th day of October. Halloween is coming, and our masks this morning. Doing a little Halloween theme, Bree. Courtesy at Guam Funny Memes. They got a bunch of great masks. You know, it's so cool to see our local businesses adapting to the COVID curve and, you know, giving us a way to kind of support local and be safe doing it. So definitely appreciate that. It's the show, The Link, The Breeze, 93.9. Thank you again to our Facebook Live viewers and our viewers on KUAM TV and our listeners on The Link, The Breeze, 93.9. It's all proudly brought to you by Carrier 647 Cool. Also, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and the Thrive Coalition, where they are presenting today's Thrive Coalition segment, where we'll talk with Karen Carpenter, who is with the Victims Advocates Reaching Out, as it is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So thank you to the Thrive Coalition. Some of the guests lined up for this morning, guys. 9 o'clock, we'll do KUAM News' Decision 2020, where we will catch up with, it's all incumbents today. So we have Speaker Tina Mooney Barnes, Democrat, Senator Amanda Shelton, Democrat, and then Senator Mary Torres, Republican. 8:30, we'll get Uncle Carl, Mr. Governor. Former Governor Carl Gutierrez, who's the GVB president. And it's been a minute since we caught up with him, Bree. He was ready to open tourism in July, remember?
I remember.
He was like, let's open it up. So we'll catch up with him. I don't know what the plan is. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio also coming on. And then Christine Boleto of the Guam Chamber and Janice Sablan of American Music will join us around 7:15 or so to talk about the big, it's not a protest. Don't call it a protest. It's a unity rally.
Community rally.
Community. They're putting the unity in community. We'll talk about that. And then we do again have the Guam Education Board Chair, Maria Gutierrez, standing by. And a new segment here, Jay, Top Fan Tuesday.
Yes, and we're coming right to that in a few moments. Okay, really quick, you guys jump on our comment stream right now. The chat room is going crazy. Chris, you have started a trend because everybody's sharing now their favorite fried rice recipes. We got Robert L. Crisostomo saying, Bree, you thought you were bougie? Porchetta fried rice.
Wow. A little crispy, right?
Can
That's
we just
nice.
clarify that I'm not the bougie fried rice maker? I'm the one who picks up the phone and calls like
Right.
the cafeteria. Chris is the bougie
I
fried
don't,
rice person.
I'm
right?
not bougie.
Okay,
Nobody
Melody
wants to
Get
be
that straight.
bougie in here.
What the-
on saying not only do you add soy sauce, you also add garlic butter. And then
Yeah, of course, garlic.
Alan Addison Nicholas saying fried rice with chorizo spark park. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Tell you what, if you've got the winning recipe to beat Chris, put it here, and I'll make it, and we'll go head to head against Chris. All right?
yeah, okay.
The
Do what you got to
gauntlet
do,
has
Bree.
been
Do
dropped.
it.
Do what you got to do.
Post
Bring it.
Fried rice throwdown.
It will be brought in. I mean, I don't got to call
This
anybody
is
to
the
bail me out.
people's recipe I'm putting together
Okay.
to go up
So it's
against
me
Chris
versus the
Barnett.
people's fried rice.
Yes.
Right on. 6:33. Let's go ahead and get into it now with news. Our first look at news from the KUAM news team with the very latest at 6:32. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off today, everybody. We begin with the latest numbers released last night by the Joint Information Center. Out of the latest batch of samples ran through various labs, or 719, a total of 92 returned positive for COVID-19. This brings Guam's total COVID case count to 3,170 people that have been infected with the virus since March. Of those numbers, 921 island residents are actively fighting the virus, while more than 2,100 have recovered. Meanwhile, another GDOE employee is tested positive for COVID. The employee was identified from Finnegodzin Elementary as part of contact tracing efforts. As for hospitalizations, there are 62 COVID patients at the Guam Memorial Hospital, with 10 receiving ICU level of care. 0 are at GRMC, and there are 3 people hospitalized at Naval Hospital in Agana Heights, with 2 people in ICU there. On Monday, Kmart shut itself down for 24 hours. A sign on its Tamuning store yesterday stated it will be closed from 11 a.m. Monday to 11 today. Last week, we received multiple anonymous tips about employee infections, and the store also closed for a couple of hours very early Saturday morning for deep cleaning. We've been unable to reach local Kmart management for official comment. Meanwhile, as we reported, McDonald's in Agana was also closed, the company announcing that it was notified that some employees tested positive and closed the restaurant for deep cleaning and sanitization. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Hafre, good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. The Guam Memorial Hospital has reached an all-time high in COVID hospitalizations as just over the weekend, 15 more people have been hospitalized. Here's more.
That's the highest we've had in our census.
Hospital Administrator Lillian Posada speaking on the surge of COVID patients admitted to the Guam Memorial Hospital over the weekend. According to Posadas, there are now 62 COVID patients hospitalized, 10 of whom are receiving an ICU level of care, and 3 of those patients are on ventilators. Additionally, out of the 62 people hospitalized, 8 were moved to the COVID isolation facility in Barrigada Heights. GMH also saw 2 newborns admitted.
1-month-old came in over the weekend. Actually, there were 2 of them, 2 newborn.
Posada says the fever was the main symptom, with the newborns prompting parents to seek medical attention. The latest wave of COVID hospitalizations brings up the concern of staffing at GMH, and Posada says that the nurses brought in to help have done just that.
Absolutely. They're, because we have like about, 39 nurses from the Staffing Solutions, and then from the other agency that provides us, also with the staff from off island. So there's like about 12 or 14 of them. So, the additional staff that we have who has specialized nursing practice and nursing experience, big help, especially with our numbers up.
With the off-island nurses brought in for 12 to 13-week deployments, Posada says she's already in the process of asking for more help as exhaustion and fatigue sets in on her staff of nurses.
Yes, we have been in discussion with both staffing solution agencies that we're going to need to have more, nurses come and help us out, so that way we can make sure that our staff has some time off, or, because they're exhausted.
2 more Port Authority employees have tested positive for COVID-19, bringing the total now to 12. The 11th infection was identified as a close contact of the 10th employee. The 12th positive case was an employee who began experiencing symptoms at home on Friday and received the test results today. The Port Contact Tracing Team has identified 11 Port employees who may have been exposed as late as Wednesday of last week. According to the Port, they have identified a total of 349 cases as close contacts with the 12 that were infected. The Port says it continues anti-COVID measures, including daily deep cleaning and sanitization of the port facilities. The Guam Water Works Authority is taking Wisconsin-based company Badger Meter to court for providing defective meters to the agency. The lawsuit was initially filed in Superior Court in August, but has since been moved to the District Court, according to documents filed today. In March 2012, GWA signed a contract with the company to replace 39,000 residential meters and to provide related professional services. Over the years, GWA has experienced a myriad of issues with defective meters. According to the lawsuit, the agency is suing on multiple grounds: breach of contract, violation of Deceptive Trade Practices Act, and unjust enrichment. GWA alleges that it has suffered damages of more than $3.9 million for replacement meters, another $2.4 million in labor costs, $12 million in lost income, and almost $20,000 for expert and testing services. They are seeking compensatory punitive damages as well as attorney's fees and costs. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
A bill introduced way back on the first day of the current 35th Guam legislature finally made it to the session floor Monday. The measure, introduced by Senator Luis Muña, would authorize GDOE to administer vaccines in schools, although it doesn't mandate that students be vaccinated. Senator Therese Chalayi expressed concerns about the timing of the bill, which was introduced before the pandemic. After about an hour of debate, the measure was moved to the voting file. Session continues today. The Department of Corrections has restarted its incoming program, which allows families to drop off items such as personal hygiene products to inmates and detainees. Major Antone Uggan says it restarted in Hagåtña last week, but began at the Mingilao compound on Monday. Only limited items are being allowed to be dropped off, and according to Uggan, are being thoroughly inspected and sanitized. The Mingilao compound and Hagåtña detention facility are both COVID-free. Friday is the last day of face-to-face appointments for the Labor Department's PUA program at the Agate Library. GDOL says residents will still be serviced at the Dedito and Jonya libraries Monday through Friday by appointment. Call 311 option 6 to schedule. In national news, the high-stakes confirmation hearing for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett is underway on Capitol Hill. If confirmed, she would expand the High Court's conservative majority to 6-3. Democrats object to holding the hearing so close to the election, but there is a little they can do. Natalie Brand reports from Capitol Hill.
In her opening statement, Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett credited the late conservative Justice Antonin Scalia with shaping her judicial philosophy, saying, quote, "Courts are not designed to right every wrong.
A judge must apply the law as it is written, not as she wishes it were."
Republicans cite her qualifications as they try to push through her confirmation with less than a month to go before the election.
Throughout your impressive career, you've earned the respect of those who share your views on the law, as well as those who do not.
But Democrats say with millions of votes already cast, the vacancy should not be filled until the election is decided, with the future of the Affordable Care Act and abortion rights at stake.
I believe we should not be moving forward on this nomination, not until the election has ended and the next president has taken office.
Several coronavirus precautions are in place here at the Capitol, including using a larger hearing room to comply with social distancing. 2 committee members were also recently diagnosed with COVID-19. Republican Senators Mike Lee and Tom Tillis's cases are both linked to Judge Barrett's nomination ceremony at the White House. Senator Lee is attending the hearing in person with clearance from his doctor.
You're not a policymaker. You're a judge.
If confirmed, the federal appeals court judge and Notre Dame Law School professor would be the first mother of school-aged children to sit on the high court. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And that is your news, but we have a very special treat, and it's a new segment that we're launching here on The Link. It is Top Fan Tuesday.
Yes, because we noticed that in the time that we've been doing this show, there was there's a rotating crop of people that we see come in every day, and we really, really appreciate them. And they're not only talking to us and they're sending us their well wishes, and they're sharing their experiences with us and everything, but they're also having conversations, and they made friends with other people like in our comment stream, and they're talking about stuff that we're not even talking about here on the show. They're offering support, prayers, using what they do in their lives to help, inspire and motivate people. And they're just good people. So we're kicking off this segment by someone that we've seen since almost the very beginning of the show, when it was still called Containing COVID, way back in March. And our friend Roberto Fraccassini, who we then saw when we did our virtual 9/11 tribute, you remember? And Joseph is going to bring up his show. So there, good morning, signore.
Good morning.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
All right. Can you just settle it? How do you say forget about it?
Oh, God.
Forget about it.
I told you I was saying it.
I apologize, Mr. Fraccassini. Like, Chris's entire knowledge of Italian culture is like The Godfather and Goodfellas. That's basically it. But Mr. Fraccassini, as we saw, ladies and gentlemen, joined us on our 9/11 virtual ceremony because he used to be the president of the Rotary Club of Northern Guam, and he is actually a jazz flautist. And as a one-time musician myself, and Chris, we know that jazz musicians are like the upper pinnacle. I mean, they get music on a level that is so. I mean, you really have to be in it. It's a lifetime of devotion. It's a passion. And he is actually a jazz flautist. So we've actually asked Mr. Fraccassini if he would come on and honor us with a very inspiring song. So Mr. Fraccassini, you'll be playing a Louis Armstrong classic, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell us, before you do that, how did you actually find out about this show? And, we so appreciate you coming on every day and, offering your thoughts and your well wishes. And,
Hey, let's also talk about something else that he offered here. Mr. Fraccassini came by and dropped us Pacini Chianti.
Ooh.
Yeah. Is it Chianti? It's Chianti, right?
It's Chianti.
Chianti, right?
Not like they said in Silence of the Lambs, but
Yeah,
Chianti.
Silence of the Lambs. That's all I can think of when I
It's not Chianti.
Some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Chianti. That's
Chianti. Don't forget about it. You make him an offer you can't refuse.
Good
And you give him
Lord.
the Chianti.
Yeah, so sir, can you just tell us about yourself and how you found the show?
Well, I came to Guam a long time ago. I'm an old timer. My first time was 1972 when the old Okuna Hotel opened up.
I was
October
negative 2 years old at the time. And you studied,
Then I
what was it,
came back-
English literature at UOG?
Yes, I also took classes at UOG to improve my English because I enjoy writing short story fiction and poetry. So I studied there for about 3 or 4 years. Yes, yeah.
Wow.
Take classes. Always take same classes, not with the idea to get a degree, just to improve my writing skill.
For enrichment, right? That's cool.
And your gift obviously is through music and through community service, as you know, we've come to know you and everything. So we're so happy that you were willing to actually share your gift. And I think Chris has one more question before you get into the Louis Armstrong
Right.
Classic.
I just want to, before you play, Mr. Fragozzini, I want to give you a chance to just greet all your friends out here on Guam. I know there's a lot of people watching. I know that you got a lot of friends out there. So who do you want to say good morning to?
Well, good morning to everybody. Buongiorno to everybody. And I really enjoy the show because you guys put the whole island in good spirit in the early morning. So it's an excellent talk show that you guys are having. Grazie, Jason. Grazie, Sabrina. Grazie, Chris. Yeah, they're doing a very excellent job. Thank you.
Thank
Goodbye,
you. Thank
everybody.
you. Oh, that's so honoring. We're honored, Mr.
Thank you so
Fragozzini.
much.
And now you're going to play a tune for us, right?
Yes, I will.
All right.
Again, Top Fan Tuesday here on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. We're joined by one of our top fans, Roberto Fragozzini, who's going to play one of my favorites. Who doesn't love a little Louis Armstrong? What a Wonderful World. So take it away,
I
Mr.
think
Fragozzini.
I think it's going to inspire people to have a good attitude in this terrible situation. Yeah.
Amen.
No doubt.
Let me know. Shall I play?
Yes, take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, again, our Top Fan Tuesday with our top fan, Roberto Fragozzini.
Mr. Fragozzini, Joe sir here said magnifico. I like how you added that little melisma at the end, like
Yeah,
a
a little flourish.
solo.
Yeah.
Well, that's the jazz player do. That's you added up something.
Hey, you know, the jazz player, they get a little fancy. You know, you just tell them, hey, don't worry about it. Forget about it.
Hi. You know, we have a comment here, Mr. Fragozzini, from you used to be in a band who played at the Reef Hotel about 20 years ago.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes. 1976, I moved to Reef Hotel, at top of the reef, which was really a place to go. And believe it or not, my singer was Senator Tello. Senator Tello was a singer, and then we started the first discotheque on Guam, and the spinning the records was Senator Espaldon, Jim Espaldon. His nickname was Tops. Good old days, 1976.
Google discotheque, guys.
Tell you what, Signore. When you were playing that beautiful song, you just gave so much life into what was already, you know, like a jazz standard, a classic, and everything. I was just closing my eyes. I really let that sink in and everything like that. You have brightened my day so much. I know I can speak for these two. Like that meant so much to us and for everybody watching right now. So thank you, Sijus
Right,
Masi.
yeah.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Prego, prego.
Thank you, Mr. Fragasini.
Grazie.
We'll see you. Thank you and for being a top fan here on the link.
Ciao.
Yeah, you are part of this show, literally, and you're part of the family, and we really appreciate it.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Ciao.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Fragasini.
All right, thank you so much.
All
Have
right.
a wonderful day, sir.
All right, there you go. That's Roberto Fragasini. Top Fan Tuesday starts today on the link. I know Bree want to put in a request.
He knows a lot of people know Mr. Fracassini. Roberto Fracassini band played at the Flamboyant Restaurant Wanakura Hotel, opened in 1972.
Wow.
You got a lot of fans.
Yeah, so you got your own top fans.
We're going to have to be top fans of his.
Exactly.
No, but he has done a lot of community service. He's done a lot of good here
Right.
on the island. Follow him on Facebook, everybody. He's a really, really nice guy.
He's always in the comments wishing us a good morning. So again, thank you, Mr. Fragasini, and have a great Tuesday, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you. And it is truly a wonderful world, even with everything that's going on, you know? I mean, look out at this beautiful morning that God has blessed us with as our studio window gets open here. Wow. So beautiful. And, you know, whatever you like on Guam, you like sunshine, you like rain, you like wind. I mean, we get it all in one day. 6:51. So Bree wants to put in a request for next time Mr. Fracassini comes on for, what did you want to hear? Cardi B?
WAP.
Can you play WAP?
And Chris will do the dance routine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I don't
burn.
think,
Well, we can get Brian Esperon, who actually created that trend. In
Right. We kind of own that. Guam owns that WAP because we got Brian.
Well, I guess if we're going to be known for something.
We might have to knock out a wall though if I'm going to do the WAP in here because I need some room. You know.
Yeah, that first high kick, I'm going to be way more than 6 feet away from you, bro.
Right. Hey, we're going to take a short break. Again, this is the link on the Breeze 93.9. We're coming back with the Education Board Chair, Maria Gutierrez, next. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. We're so blessed to have a bunch of it this morning with Roberto Fracassini, our Top Fan Tuesday. That was cool. A lot of people know him.
Yep.
Sorry,
Came to Guam. He was performing at Hotel La Cura. He also played at the Reef Hotel. I didn't know that he was talking about Jim Espaldon was a DJ.
I could just see former Senator Jim Espaldon with like the butterfly collar and the bell bottoms.
Spinning the ones and twos.
Right on. So that was called 658. This is Rock Bottom. Come and get your love. We're KUAM FM 93.9. It's The Breeze. And let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room here where we have the chair of the Guam Education Board, Ms. Maria Gutierrez. Good morning, Ms. Maria.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chris, Sabrina, and Jason, and everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you were getting hungry earlier when we were talking about fried rice.
You are making me hungry.
So what's your go-to fried rice recipe, Mrs. G?
It's a secret. I'll make for you guys one of these days, but I want to tell you what's in there. I heard you make good fried rice, Chris.
I try, Mrs. G. So, we brought you on here, and let's just get right into it. First of all, we just wanted to congratulate you for winning the Distinguished Service Award from the National Association of State Boards of Education. You won this award for exceptional leadership and dedication. This is really cool, Mrs. G. Just tell us when you got this, how humbled were you that you were selected by NASB for this distinguished award?
I am very humble. Because to get this, it's really, they call it the Distinguished Service Award, which is the highest award that the National State Board of Education gives to state board members. And you have to be nominated by your state board, and there's 6 criteria that you have to meet, and you are the one that the group that reviews this is the whole 50 state members. And I've been on the nomination for a committee for NASB, but in another category, and it's a very very competitive. And I just feel very honored because it's the first for Guam. I've been on the Guam Education Board as far back as when it's called Guam Territorial Board of Education, and and this is the first for Guam. I've been asked before, but I feel I wasn't ready. I felt that it's not recognition that I want. It's just to do what I love to do, and the passion is to advocate for the students and the parents. So when I started on the Territorial Board of Education, I was a parent advocate. I attend the meeting, and it bothers me when I sit on the sideline and I wanted to voice my concern, but it's like you're ex officio, you don't have much privilege. And I finally got to the point that I had to lobby with the legislature. Excuse me.
You okay, Mrs. G?
I lobbied with not former Congresswoman Madeline Bordalio, who was the chair on Senator Committee on Education, and so she introduced a bill, and Governor Gutierrez was one of those that also was on that a senator at the time, and so they passed that. We're a parent, a rep on the board, and I included a student. So the student and the parent were voting members, because I feel that student voice is also important. So from that on, I just feel that because I'm a very difficult parent when my kids are going to school. I have a lot high expectations from the school, and I finally, I told myself, I have to be part of the solution. I cannot continue to be a parent that complains. And my kids went to Weddingale, Binabenti. They did middle school before, now Binabenti and JFK. I tell you, those teachers, those administrators know how hard I am, because I will go there and tell them everything that I am not happy. And I asked them, I said, we need to meet halfway. So from that time, I just have this thing that I have to do it. And it's not recognition. And last week I was showing Jason a book. 1994, I still have it. And his dad was the keynote speaker for a summit that's called Improving Direction for Our Schools and Public Dialogue. And from that time, so this award, it's a very prestigious award. It's a crystal heavy. Wow. It's not for me alone. It's for the students, the parents, and the people of Guam. And I want my grandchildren and my great-grand and my families for supporting me. Because without that support, I would have given up. But I told myself, no, I'm not going to depend on anyone to do it. I have to do it. So that's why when I got this I got the email on September 23rd. And the time difference in Washington, D.C. and Guam is like 3 o'clock in the morning. I opened my email. That's the time I wake up and check my email, whether I have a meeting with NASB. And I saw this email and said, congratulations, Maria. And I had to put on my bifocal. And I kept reading it. I took my smoke magnifying glass. I cried.
Oh.
I was so touched and tears that to receive this award, I'm very honored. And I just want everyone to know that are listening here on this link, because I know a lot of people, even in the States, my granddaughter, my son are listening, watching, that this is for the people of Guam, for the students, the parents, and the DOE employees that have been there to always support me, even though sometimes I'm really hard. Like I say, have high expectation. Thank you for the support. Thank you. You, Sabrina, Jason, and Chris, you were just little kids when I started this, 1991, up to now. And I will continue. I will continue because, I'm going to read something here. Somebody sent me, and they said, this is for you, Mrs. G. Always think of this. Who's been through a lot this year, but can still say, I'm grateful that God has kept me. And I'm very grateful that God continued to give me that support and make me strong to serve the students of Guam, the Department of Education. And so on Thursday, which is Guam time, October 23rd, at 6:30 in the morning here, it will be a virtual conference presentation of this award. So I just got my email today telling me all the instruction, how to get on, and so I have to practice or make sure. It's an honor, and there's only 3 every year that receive this award.
Wow.
So one of them is from Mississippi, Dr. Kelly, and the other one is from Maine, Dr. Hess. And here's Maria Gutierrez with nothing in the front, but Mrs. Gutierrez.
Yeah, that's
but
it.
I'm proud.
Thank you.
Thank you. For
We're
all
proud of you too.
Congratulations.
This is really an honor, and like I say, I'm receiving a lot of congratulatory message, letter, and I want to thank the Guam Federation of Teachers because they sent me a very touching letter that during my leadership as chair, they were finally able to have their board union contract signed for how many years they were waiting. And then I had this other congratulatory from a group of students. And those are former students that when I was still on the board. So I just want to thank everybody. But this award is for the people of Guam, the students, the parents, the employees of DOE, and everybody. It's ours. It's not mine alone.
We have
and
a lot
I just want
of-
to thank once more my family, my kids who stood by me.
Right.
Sometimes I'm too busy to make dinner for them or make breakfast. I'm already doing my thing at the school. Way back, sometimes I go to the school early in the morning at JFK just to pick up the trash because I see trash and I don't want the kids to come on the Monday and have that trash there. But that's just my passion, my love.
Yeah.
And I'm committed because we're up for election. I will continue. I'm not going to say I'm going to build a better education for kids. I'm just going to say I'm going to do my best because I don't want to promise something and then I won't be able to do it. I will do my best and I will continue to support and so the superintendent of education. I know he's listening because he said he's going to be on the show, and all the employees of DOE and the students and the parents. And I ask the parents to please be patient. We're going through a lot this time. It's very different. I've told a group of teachers is that I was used to the typhoons after we have this typhoon season, but this pandemic is totally different. So I just want to ask the parents to please work with us, be patient, call the school, and if they're not answering you, there's a hotline that was put out. We are all in this together and we'll come out successfully, but let's not go out there and, because sometimes it's just a lack of communication,
Right.
but we just have to work together. We're one family. We're one family and we are all for our kids. So
Mrs.
Sabrina,
G,
Jason,
I want to just,
too smart for bringing me in this
of
here
course,
because I just want to explain that.
Mrs. G, let's go through some of the comments here. Yeah. We got Chamarita Regis writes, congratulations, Mrs. Gutierrez, a well-deserved award for your dedication to our students and parents. Christina Bautista writes, I love this lady. Quote, treat all students like they're your own child. End quote. That's a quote from you, Mrs. G, at the Safety Conference in 2018. Anita McHale writes, you deserve it, Mrs. G. Mary Rojas, well deserved. You do a great job. Jay Anituk writes, congratulations, Mrs. G. Thank you for all your support and standing up for all of our GDOA team. Rosemary Laguatna writes, congratulations, Maria. Continue forward with more passion and faith. Teresa Metabusan writes, Biba. Mrs. G, I want to ask, because this is, I feel like it's critical, right, when you talk about your work on the board, and we've seen the political interference in the past, and I know in just talking with other board members that you guys are concerned that a lot of candidates who are basically going to be, puppets for Adelup are throwing their names on the ballot for the Guam Education Board. So how key is that, as you guys have been really able to maintain a lot of independence? And we've seen where even some of the governor's appointees to the board have gone against, her stances. So are you guys at all worried about this election and how it could change the complexion of the education board?
I am not, because in education, politics is not a place for education. And that's why all candidates, when we pick up our packet, it says here we're nonpartisan. So regardless of what party you are, when it comes to education, I'm sorry, it has no business in education. And I was on the board, Territory Board of Education with, and I have no ill feeling to my primo, Governor Gutierrez, that he, we were sued under his, when he was the governor, but we prevailed because of the Organic Act. So politics is dangerous in the education of our children. And I have been on the board where they were appointed, and elected. And we worked together as a team, because once the lawyer, and I remember one of my colleagues during one of his confirmation hearing when he was really grilled, where is your loyalty? Because he's appointed by Governor Calvo. And I stand behind him because I said my loyalty is to the children. And I remember when and so it's really, I hope that those new ones that are coming in, that we have one mission, is our children, not our politics, regardless of who appointed us, them, or what, because I respect the appointees. I've never, we're all one team. And so we have to, politics doesn't belong in the education of our children. It's very dangerous. And because we are here to serve the children. And when I was going to, just an example, Superintendent Fernandez called me out because I'm very critical of the food that's being served at the schools. So he asked me, he said, Mr. G, you want to go eat lunch? I said, where? I thought he was going to take me to one of the fancy restaurant, expensive restaurant, right? He said, meet me at PC Lujan. So we went there. And we sat down, and the kids are really smart. You can say, right. Mr. Fernandez, who's your boss? And John said, right there. The lady. Yeah. And he told the kids, ask her who's her boss. And these are elementary kids. Said, excuse me, ma'am, who's your boss? I said, all of you. Oh there my gosh. He said, oh my goodness, I'm going to give you a raise. You're my boss. And honestly, if they're telling each other, hey, we're the boss for that lady. And, so that's to me is, and I just want to make sure that, I welcome if I make it back. I will work for anyone. But we have to stand up for employees. And, one thing that I've known is, I stand up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Just stop, because I was at Peles last week. I just have to go there to get something. I did wear my mask, and this lady came to me. I don't know who she is, and said, "Ma'am, I know who you are." I said, "Really? Thank you." She said, "Don't worry, just continue what you're doing." And the daughter that's with her said, "I always see this lady on the TV." I saw this lady, and I saw her in my school. So that's why I could not stop. I have to continue.
I gotta say, Maria, congratulations. Really, you like you said, you've been the longest serving board member over on even when it was the Guam Education
And
Board.
honestly, this Christo Award is ours.
Right.
It's not Miss Gutierrez. It's ours. For
But you've
every
always
people at
been
work.
a fighter. You've been feisty, but you've also been fair. So thank you so much for your leadership on the board. And I know Chris was talking about this possible challenge with the Adelup trying to push their people on the board. But, you also have this Education Supervisory Financial Committee. And one of the last meetings that I watched, you were vehemently opposed to the continuation of this board because there's sort of this overlapping of responsibilities. And I know that you guys had appeared before the legislature to bring that issue forward. And I wanted to ask you, what is the status of that debate? And hopefully amending that law that created it way back when the Department of Education was having issues with management of its federal finances.
And I was on that board when the late Senator Pangilinan introduced that. So what we did in the last meeting, we have a new board member and who used to work with the different senators, a very familiar, very energetic member, Lawrence Acario. So I asked him if he would take the lead in working with Senator Joseph Augustine to please, because in that composition, the director of budget and finance over the legislature is a member, to please work on that, because we were at an informational hearing when one of the commission members said that we are overstepping our boundary. And all the years that I have been on this board, this is what we've been doing, adopting the budget of DOE. So Lawrence will be able to provide us information on our meeting this Friday, but we're working on that.
Yeah.
And so yes, thank you for that, and thank you again, and call me anytime. I'm always
Right,
happy
yeah.
to listen to your show.
Mrs.
Just
G-
Marcy, and when I make that fried rice, I'll text you, Chris.
Right on. Bring it,
Thank you,
Mrs. G.
Sis Marcy. Todo Samson.
Hey, Mrs. G, before I let you go, I know that you had saw that story that we reported on involving the parent, right, who was having problems with the hard copy distribution and pickup, and she was saying that her child had turned in assignments, but because of the COVID-19 protocols, those assignments weren't given to the teacher, affecting the grade. What would your message be to parents out there about this, the hard copy distribution and just all the challenges that are being presented by this new way of going to school?
There's a lot of challenges, and I was just with the National State Board yesterday morning on Zoom, and a lot of the school districts are facing the same issues. So I just asked them for their patience, and Superintendent Fernandez and his team are addressing this issue. And I understand right now there's a lot of stress, anxiety, worries from the parents, even the teachers too. So we just have to work together and be patient, and let's communicate. Because I think sometimes it's just a lack of misunderstanding, miscommunication, but in the end, it's all for our kids. So Mr. Fernandez and his team are addressing that parent and all the other parents that have been issues. And that's why we're having this daily, monthly or weekly Zoom virtual meeting to all the parents leadership. The parents can join that. Please, during this time, por favor, comprende, just patience, and because this is it's very difficult. Even me, I only have great grand here. A grand and great grand, but even that, I always tell my kids, my grandkids, the parents, be patient, because teachers too are going through a lot. They also have families and they have to take care. So we have to work as a team. We cannot be at each other. We have to work as a team. But I just hope that whoever out of that 10 prevails on November 3rd, that we're in for the students. We're not in for any politics in the Department of Education because it is danger. It is danger for our kids. We need to support them and take that away because it's not, it's not.
Well, thank you again, Miss G, for coming on. And again, congratulations. I'll leave you with this. Teresa Camacho, she says that she's such a sweetheart. So thank you for coming on. And again, congratulations. But please don't be fooled, people. She may be a sweetheart, but when it's time to get real, she can get gangster. That's what the G stands for, Mrs. G.
Gangsta.
All right, when it comes to fight.
Know that.
See?
They step aside. Okay, we understand. I'm in business. I think it was just that I value the education because, I grew up where my parents are not English speaker. And I had to struggle at St. Francis just to learn because my mom and my dad cannot help me because they don't speak English. Yes, if there's Japanese, I'll be the valedictorian for Japanese class. But I had to struggle, and I value the education, and that's the same when my kids start. I didn't expect them to be up there, to be on the top 10, but I expect them to have a good education because it's for their own good, as for their success. And I'll tell you, they mentioned about the student leaders. A lot of the student leaders that were with me have been calling me Mrs. G. Thank you. I'm in college, and my resume of being an IBOX leader, Island Board of Governors student, have helped me. And I'm very proud of them. I said, it's not for Mrs. G, it's for you. So this is just what I love. I don't have any hobbies at home. The only one that I spend time with is my pit bull, my puppy. But other than that, this is what I love. Right. And with this pandemic, it's really frustrating me because I could not get out. I cannot go to the schools. Yeah. And that's what I love about this. Just going there, just talking to the employees, talking to the administrators. And I'll find time when I put something happening at the school that I'll be there because you just want to show my support. And that's how it is. This is what I love to do. As I retired, nothing else. I love this. So it's my passion, and I don't think it's going to go away. And also, I know that there's a guardian angel behind me, my sister Anita, that's always pushing me because we have the same passion.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank
G.
you, and thank you to everybody. Thank you to the people of
Algamos.
Again,
okay.
This award is out.
Mrs. G, make sure you grab some virtual Buchi on your way out of the Zoom room. That's Bree's recipe.
Hey, wait, I'm gonna make them my mochi.
Okay.
Whoa!
Okay. Right on.
Accepted.
Thank you,
Tomorrow
Mrs. G.
morning.
Tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, Esther. Okay. Okay, Mrs. G.
Not the mango pie yet. The mango pie have to be in a good mood.
Okay, Mrs. G.
Okay.
Esther. Okay, Joss. 7:22. Good morning.
G.
Wow, so you write that down, right? Put that in her calendar.
Yes.
Mochi tomorrow, fried rice. She didn't say maybe next week.
She has to be in a good mood to make
The mango pie. Fortunately, I've been able to try that mango pie and
Don't
caught
be
her in
naughty,
a good mood.
Chris. All right.
Too late. 7:23. We'll take a short break. Coming back with we have Christine from the Chamber, and then we'll get Janice from American Music coming up here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We are in the middle of the most serious health crisis of our lives, and it affects everything from jobs to schools to the way we live. In addition to worrying about recovery, we must now worry about healthcare. And we shouldn't have to make choices between food and medicine, going to the doctor, or buying gas. We all need access to healthcare, and now more than ever, we need hospitals and clinics which can respond to pandemics. We must get the vaccines and new treatments for COVID-19. We must be ready with ventilators and partnerships with the federal government for our emergency facilities and have pandemic plans which provide a secure safety net. We must be ready for the next crisis. And this takes a leader in Washington who is trustworthy and will work with local leaders and experts. This is why I am running for Congress. I humbly ask you for your vote. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Go to the KUAM News Zoom room. We have standing by the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Christine Boleto, and she's joined by American music owner, Janice Sablon. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. I just want to clarify, Castro is the president of the Guam Chamber of Commerce. I don't want to take her hardworking title from her, so shout out to Catherine, who does an absolutely fantastic job at the Chamber.
I always get it wrong, Christine. Kathy, my bad. Please let me follow my sword. And thank you for that, Christine. Good morning, Janice.
Good morning.
We're going to
How
start.
are you?
Good,
Chris,
we're doing good.
Good morning.
And we want to kind of just start with you, Janice, and then Christine will fold you in. As the owner of American Music, just tell us, how has your journey through this pandemic as a small business owner been? You know, take us from the beginning to where you're at now.
Okay. I try to practice it in a nutshell because it feels like it's been a million years since it all started. Right. But I kind of equate it to the wild, wild west. I mean, we started out with like everybody else, ground zero is nobody knows anything. And what do we do, right? So everybody is more focused around the safety of the community and how we can contribute to that and how what that means for our business. And then it turned into, okay, we've got to go hunt around for this PPP, EIDL, and this kind of crazy thing that started to happen. And without a lot of guidance, the only real guidance that we were getting was from the chamber, actually. But small businesses everywhere were kind of like just, you know, it was a little crazy. That's why I call it Wild Wild West. We're all trying to figure out, how do we get this money? What do we need to do? What banks do we use? What, you know, what's the best bank to use? And so that did not pan out well for every small business because we were all talking to each other. Where are you going? What are you doing? And so after all that, through the financing part of things, it was kind of a waiting game and, you know, trying to figure out or get feedback from government officials, getting information from you guys, from media sources. I mean, our ear was always to the ground, just trying to figure out what our next step was. And I think that was the most frustrating part, was not really getting good communications all the way through. I know you guys were fighting to get communication from your side. There was really never a comprehensive communication strategy, I think, and that hurt us businesses, but people in general a lot. And that was kind of my biggest gripe. And I would get on Facebook every once in a while and say, where's the strategy here? How are we communicating with people to lessen, you know, the spread? I mean, as a business person, because what happens out there determines what happens to us, we were very concerned, you know, with how things were going. And so we stayed in tune with all of those things. We were happy that GITA gave out grants, but that was only for, you know, a short amount of closure. It never said this was going to be money that was going to be extended to you if we close again. So finding out that that money went to hotels was, again, kind of another, you know, salt in the wound. And so, you know, I mean, you know, we've always felt very, very concerned and sympathetic with the concerns of the entire island. But at the same time, we felt like we were the voice that was just not being heard because we kept hearing things like, oh, you greedy business people. And that was really frustrating because we are a part of the community too. We've always been giving when we can. When people had medical fundraisers, we were there. And then to hear people say, oh, you want to open your business, you guys are greedy, thinking about yourself, that was very, very, very frustrating. And so Wild Wild West, yes, we're right in the middle of that. And but, you know, we're not looking back. We're optimistic people. And we want things to be better. So that's kind of why we're participating in all of this.
So are you guys currently open, or what's the status of American Music?
Yeah, well, we've been closed a total of about 5 months. We closed initially like everybody else. And then when we were able to reopen, I mean, it was great. Everybody knows there's pool of money floating out there and everybody wants to buy the $2,000 guitar. They couldn't before this, you know what I mean? So that was wonderful. But then, you know, we were always concerned, okay, what about a second lockdown? It caused us to take some pretty drastic measures. We left our 5,000 square foot retail location and moved to a 2,500 square foot location, which was a monumental task. It took us 3 weeks to move and it cost us a lot of money to move. And we were closed again for another 3 weeks. After we opened for 1 week, we were shut down again. And so we went, I've been building our online store for a year, so we were prepared for that. We just kind of beefed that up a lot, put more of our items on. And so we were able to do curbside until we weren't able to do curbside. So you see what I'm saying? We've shifted left, right, and upside down. We've done cartwheels. I was told, no, your business can't operate. You can't do online. And I was like, okay, that's like, I'm watching people going, we're training people to not buy local and buy on Amazon. And we are doing exactly the same thing. So to be told all these different things, different messaging was, again, added to the frustration. But we are open now. We're open at 25% capacity, doing all the same protocols that we've always done. We have our shields. We only let 8 people in at a time. We're super careful. Even our staff is very careful. We know, I teach them about our family bubble and what our bubble looks like at work and how we're supposed to have break time and what not to do. So we're keenly aware of how transmission happens and how we're going to mitigate that transmission. And so we've been really responsible. I don't know what else to say about that, but we are open, and it's still been really difficult.
Well, hey, Janice, this is Jason here. But first of all, we consider ourselves good corporate neighbors here at KUAM. So, even though it's very much belated, we want to welcome you and the American music stuff. Welcome to Harmon.
Thank you.
Kind of a couple months late, but yeah, and I remember distinctly when we had you and Greg on, I believe it was the second episode of Nestor's show in full Zoom, and you guys gave a very, very honest but very sobering statement, and you said, we in the small business community, we're not just looking out for number one. We know that we're part of this microcosm of the larger Guam economy. And the first lockdown hit us really, really hard. The first wave, impacted our business in so many negative ways. Should a second wave come here, speaking frankly, there's going to be a lot of us who are not going to be able to make it out of this. And I remember that you said it so matter-of-factly, but so honestly and everything. It really took a lot of people's breath away to do that. So, How do you actually, have you received feedback on that, and how have you responded to your fellow small businesses?
Yeah. Well, yes. We've always tried to be, despite being optimistic, we've always tried to be very real. You can't really be in business without being real about data that you're getting from your own business, really. And then, of course, we talk to all kinds of small businesses around us, our friends that own businesses. And so, the sobering reality really is, even if you're doing well right now, if you've been able to open partially or do some kind of business, everybody knows fourth quarter of the year is when you're going to make money, especially in retail. And if we're either shut down still at 25% capacity, or if we go to another lockdown with numbers rising, those are the things that really make us fearful, and I really don't like using the word fear, but there is fear here because we don't know. We can hang on for as long as we can hang on. That's the reality, and then we can hang on until it no longer makes sense. We're going to, that will be determined by ultimately how much money we're able to make. And if it makes sense for us, especially as a small business run by a family, this is my husband and I, this is our livelihood. If it doesn't make sense anymore, and then we're gone, the thing that kind of kept us going, because we could have easily said, guys, this is too scary. Can't do it. We're going to close up shop. But then we kept thinking, what's every musician going to do on this island? Well, we're the only full service music store. When we close, you wait, 3-4 weeks and order stuff online. And now that we're reopened, we're getting customers bringing stuff in that they did buy online that's broken. So broken necks on guitars. I got a ukulele. So you see what I'm saying?
Let me tell you, I got a string on my guitar. It's like that when you turn it, it won't tune. So I might come by and see you. It's driving me freaking crazy.
And Denise, I am going to be one of those guys that's going to come by, because ever since Eddie Van Halen died, I'm going to pick up a strap from you guys specifically, because I want to make YouTube videos to teach the young kids about how to play Eruption and everything. So I've been wanting to do that. So I really want to see your business not just survive and not just get by and not just skate, but I want to see you guys be successful, because you guys are such a necessary part. Because again, you're not just a retail shop. You guys do repairs. You guys have done lessons for years. You guys do advocacy for music and everything. So you guys are such a central part to the music community.
The sad part is, Janice, your story is become way too familiar. So many people have been sharing their stories about how their businesses have been on the brink, right, of closing. And so, Christine, this is kind of one of the reasons why this community rally is going to be held tomorrow. So if you could share with our viewers and listeners more about what's planned.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to comment with Janice's story is one of many stories that we've heard from many small businesses in the community. Some have not made it. As you know, I'm a small business owner, and my fruit store in Agana didn't make it. And so there's a lot of casualties out there, and it is very disheartening and actually hurtful when you hear comments that businesses are heartless, they only care about themselves, they only care about money, when in fact, many small businesses put up their house, put up everything they own to pursue their dreams. And when that business fails, you've basically hurt them at the heart, and you've hurt them in their livelihoods. And, in addition to their personal pain, many of these businesses employ people who rely on them for their jobs. And so, her story and many small business stories and many of the employees who have lost their jobs, who are struggling to feed their families, this rally was coordinated and there were requests coming in from all over to the chamber to have something to pull us together, to show our solidarity. And, you know, I've had a lot of inquiries as to whether this is a protest against the governor or a protest of, you know, the openings and closings and so forth. You know, we're trying to organize a peaceful gathering of the private sector to show that we are together, to support each other, to support the employees that, you know, more than likely will not get their jobs back, for the businesses that will not reopen, and to come together. And, you know, we understand that the governor has to make these health decisions to protect the community, but there's so much more that the legislature can do to help our small businesses. And so, you know, we're hoping that, you know, coming together sends a message for anyone that wants to join us. We'll be gathering tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. at the GPO parking lot. It starts as a motorcade, so, you know, safely in your cars, following each other, practicing social distancing. If you want to wear your mask in your car, you know, we're fine with that. It's a good example. But just, again, a safe way to come together to support each other, show our solidarity, and show our support for each other.
Christine, I do want to kind of, we did have a couple comments, and as Janice said, there's that very real part of the conversation, the COVID part of the conversation. We have a comment here, there are 60 casualties right now and over 60 people hospitalized. And I kind of want to share this message here, which is going around from Dr. Hoa Nguyen of the Physicians Advisory Group. We had him on the show last week. He kind of touched on it a little bit. But this message reads, I was contacted by Dr. Nguyen to request if I can reach out to all of you to request your assistance. He informed me that the business sector has now moved into the...
So you know that message came from me. I was the one that talked to Dr. Nguyen.
Right. Thank you. Good. Yeah. So anyway, I sent him last night, and he was like, "Yes, it's true." So
I'm the source of that message,
nice.
And thank you, because I'm happy that it's circulating.
Oh, it went all around.
WhatsApp, yeah. And that's the important thing that we represent, and the other business organizations represent, and small businesses like Janice. We are not in any way trying to compromise the health and safety of our people, you know. And so I'm a part of, I'm actually not really supposed to be part of the Physicians Advisory Group. I'm part of the Business Advisory Group and the advisory panel, but we do have open communication with the Physicians Advisory Group. Right. And my thing to them is, what can we do as a business community to help with protecting our community? Because if our community is sick, right, our businesses can't open. And as Janice said, I mean, you know, there's a lot of business owners and employees that are just bracing as these numbers go up. Right. Are we going to be shut down again? Are we going to have no income again? Am I not going to be able to pay my employees and my bills again? I mean, we're in this roller coaster ride, you know, because of this pandemic. And, you know, when Dr. Nguyen tells me, we need to, you know, can you help us? Can you reach out to the business community? And I tell you, I talked with a few people and I said, look, you know, just like our community, we have law-abiding citizens and we have those that don't follow the rules and that break the law. In this situation, the vast majority of businesses are doing what they're supposed to, but you're going to have some that don't comply and feel that they don't need to follow these executive orders. Do we promote that as a business organization? No, we don't. Right. You know, we're trying to get them to understand, but this is what I had been talking about all along, why I feel we need a targeted approach. We need to hold those accountable who are not complying, but entire business community for the actions of you. We would not lock up everybody in the community for those that break the law, yet we do that in this situation with businesses. And so I sent that message to everyone. I've been working with Dr. Nguyen. I do want to make a clarification because he called me last night and he said, no, Christine, if they test after 5 or 7 days and they're negative, they can come back to work, but you just have to monitor for them for 7 days. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Dr. Nguyen, I sent this mass email. I mean, I don't know what's that message, but I sent emails, we sent email blasts through the chamber, our partner organizations. I really want to recognize them. We've got the Chinese Chamber, the Korean Chamber, the Guam Women's Chamber, Guam Hotel Restaurant and Association, Guam Contractors Association, the Guam Association of Realtors. all of these business groups are pulling together and sending the message out because we want to be part of the solution.
Right. And
You know,
Christine,
we're asking to open for our, sorry, I'll just keep going.
I got you, but I know that some people in the audience didn't get to see the message. It went all around. But let me just finish reading this first part here because I think it's key. He informed me that the business sector has moved into the number 2 spot of incidences of virus spread. It's no longer the case that someone who contracted the virus came into the workplace and then there was little to no spread. Now they are seeing alarming rates of transmission from people in the workplace. He didn't provide details of which businesses, but I'm sure all of us have seen 2 major names circulating in the WhatsApp chat. So, that being said, Christine, what kind of messaging do you guys put out for the members in terms of, because what he had said on the show last week was that people are sick, they're going to work when they're sick, and it's spreading, obviously in the workplace. So is there, how do you get that messaging out to your members that it's important to let, because it's crucial, right? We're open at 25%. Everybody who's working is essential. Pretty much to these, non-essential businesses. And when one person's down, that just throws a whole kink in the operation, let alone if they test positive and then you got the contact tracing and you got to shut down. So how key is your messaging for your members on that part of it?
Well, so that's why, what I've done is not only us as a chamber, but the other business organizations, our partners, I've asked them to send that message out to reaffirm the need with all our members and their colleagues and employees to be diligent. Follow all those guidelines. Make sure you wear a mask. Make sure we're social distancing. One of the things that we put out there specifically that you'll see in that message is that if your employee is sick, they might be telling you they're not, but if you see they're not well, send them home. You need to be proactive in protecting your other employees and your customers by making sure that people who are, not feeling well are sent home. If it's just the flu or it's something else, you don't know that, just send them home and protect your work environment. We need to make sure that we're following all of those protocols all the way through the work hours. So one of the things that was raised was when they're going on break or when they're eating lunch, they're taking off their masks, they're smoking, they're eating together. That's exposure, so, we need for people to realize, yes, we all miss each other. My mother and father in so long, but, we keep reinforcing, even with our parents, we can't gather, we have to protect each other and we have to protect our community. And these rising cases shows what happens when we don't take that personal responsibility. Another thing that I'm asking them to put out, you're concerned about not having one employee work because they're sick. When you infect all of your employees and you have to shut down your business, you've compromised yourself even further. So it's better to allow that one person to stay home and have them out of work than to expose your entire workforce and then have everybody out of work. And so the other thing that I've asked some of the organizations, they did a really good job in the first lockdown of providing webinars and trainings on contact tracing as well as implementing the protocols. I'm asking them to redo those as a reminder. I know with the chamber that we not only open it to chamber members, but anybody in the community that wants to join, we allow them to do so. And so, I think the business organizations are a resource, so I'm hoping that people take advantage of it. And again, that businesses, business owners, business managers, supervisors, employees themselves, please follow all the guidelines. Protect yourself, protect your coworkers, protect your family, protect our community.
Christine, I wanted to follow up on something Janice said about questioning what is the strategy. You're also a member of the governor's economic recovery panel, I believe that's what it's called. We haven't really heard from them in a while. So is that being discussed? What is the strategy going forward so that businesses...
We actually, especially on this reopening, started getting, because we learned a lot from the first time. And we also have Hawaii and California and all the other jurisdictions to see what they're doing. And so we actually developed this comprehensive phase reopening plan. You guys saw a little bit of it when we were PCOR 1 and we asked for 1.5, and we kind of figured out these phases within PCOR 1 until we moved to PCOR 2. So all of these plans and all the different industries and how they should reopen, and that led to the guidelines. And then we started rising exponentially with positive cases. The hospital has become overwhelmed, and so a couple of weeks ago we asked, we had hoped that this last week we'd have more reopenings of businesses and an increase in the capacity, but obviously with the numbers, the governor said she's not comfortable doing that. I haven't heard anything this week. I doubt that we're going to see anything change. And so there hasn't been discussion since 2 weeks ago, but I mean, there is a plan. It's just that plan is kind of premised on positive cases and hospitalization being under control. And that's not where we're at right now. So again, it's very concerning for the business community because we want to open and we can't do that unless this virus is under control and the spread stops.
All right.
Okay, so what time are you guys meeting up for the rally tomorrow?
We'll meet at 8:30 at GPO, and we're gonna motorcade. I think go time is like at 9 o'clock. We're encouraging everybody to come out. So please join us. Again, we're gonna do this safely. There is also a gathering afterwards in front of the legislature. Again, to encourage them to support the private sector, to support employees and small businesses and businesses overall within the community. And we also have our Action PAC members out there promoting our 5 initiatives that we would very much like the legislature to entertain. And so just a lot of activity tomorrow. Please come out. Please support us. We want to support you. And, if you have any questions, contact the Guam Chamber. Contact me. Contact the radio station. I think you guys have it.
Before we go.
Yes, Janice, we're going to give you the last word.
Sorry. I just feel it's super important. I mean, again, we have been behind the ball. Like we are chasing positive cases. That's just how it feels. Okay. And I mean, this is our moment in time to just stop and pivot. Like UOG is taking a break to refresh, right? I think a lot of parents want to take a break and refresh. This has been just unprecedented time. In our community, I feel like only now we're finding out a little bit about contact tracing. You guys, your interview yesterday was so awesome with the public health people, because now you're finding out a little bit more demographics, which I think we should have known a long time ago. If there is a better communication strategy, if they knew numbers were rising in certain communities, why have we not been addressing those issues ahead? Now we're moving into, we're basically still in the PCOR 1 2.0 that we've talked about, and we're still behind the game. Numbers are rising. When we knew businesses are going to reopen, why weren't we communicating specifically with businesses and saying, you're going to have break time, you're going to have lunchtime with your staff? What are you doing to mitigate any spread in your business? They're going to have smoke breaks. What do they need to know to be armed not to do that? I mean, we can't just take it for granted that everybody knows. We have to address the issues, knowing the social and economic differences in Guam. Those issues had to be addressed ahead of the game. We just keep following behind. And, I know we can look to California or Hawaii. I mean, they're not necessarily doing very well either. So, I think, we know our people, we know how they things that they practice and things like that. If we knew that, the death toll was going to be so great for, people from the FSM, why were we addressing those issues before when we knew, oh, look at the numbers, it just disproportionately affected. So I don't want to be behind the game. I don't want to think that anybody's livelihood, let alone mine and my family's, is going to be contingent upon a lack of information to the community. So, I'm calling upon anybody who's in a decision-making position, where you're the governor, the legislature, something, have a strategic communication plan that can help everybody. And let's not wait for more deaths to happen and more positive cases in order to communicate to the people, young people going out and having parties, things like that. We should have been in front of that game, or right when we found out numbers are rising in the demographic. But because we can't get clear information about contact tracing, and I'm not talking about HIPAA regulations and all that, I'm talking about general information that we could use to determine how we move forward, we can't make proper decisions without data. So I just feel like when we can talk all we want about science and data, but if we're not using it and we're not sharing it properly, none of this actually makes sense. So sorry, I had to say that part because it's been bothering me for months.
Oh, and believe me, that is something that has consistently been put out and requested. I can't tell you how many meetings we've asked for the data, because even on a reopening plan, right, it's helpful to know where these positives occurred and how we can mitigate it. But if we don't know exactly how it spread, I mean, up to now, again, even with the information I'm sharing, 2 businesses that we know of, no details, right? No how, or even, what happened. Did someone come in? We have no data. And so it is very hard to respond. So, I think we all share your frustration and we keep requesting. I'm sure even you, Chris and Bree, have asked for data, and it's been very difficult to get that.
We can't even get the list of who's on the economic, whatchamacallit.
Recovery
Yeah.
panel.
Anyway,
advisor.
ladies, we got to run. We got a segment we got to get to. But again, thank you,
Thank you, guys.
Janice, for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Christine, I
Appreciate your time.
just want to tell you, I ran the other day and I was craving. I used to go to Fruits afterwards and get the. I don't know if it was the toucan or something, the tropical.
Tropical
Anyway,
toucan.
Yeah.
The sherbet.
I don't know if you have any leftover stock you want to shoot out. Let me know.
And Christine, you know I love those pretzels, right?
Yes, you're the only, Jason's the only one on Guam that likes the pretzels with his sandwiches and wraps. So I bought a whole case for him, and then now, we can't give him any more pretzels.
And I will eternally be in your debt and everything like that. You're an ultimate sweetheart for doing that. Thank you so much.
All right, hey, okay, ladies,
All
thank
right,
you.
guys.
All right,
That's
take
that.
care.
Wash your hands.
Take care.
That's
Bye-bye.
Adios. 7:56. We'll move on now to our sponsor segment with the Thrive Coalition. Just so humbled that the Thrive Coalition partners with us, reminding you that it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. The Thrive Coalition. Come on and thrive with us. And it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and so we're bringing on from Victims Advocates Reaching Out, Karen Carpenter. Good morning, Karen.
Hi.
Hi, Karen.
Hi. Yes. So October is Family Violence Awareness Month, and so we just want to get the message out again that we need to be aware of this in our community. It continues to be a challenge for us, and especially when people are now home with each other more, that sometimes it even erupts, more often. And so during October, the coalition is doing many things to raise awareness, and I am actually a part of Vero, and I'm also on the board of Erica's House. Hi, Jason. So we want to say that we need to be aware of this, and if you'd like, I can talk a little bit about Vero and what we do.
Yes, if we could.
Okay, so Vero stands for Victim Advocates Reaching Out, and we are a nonprofit organization that deals with victims and survivors of crime, primarily the crimes of abuse. So that's family violence, sexual assault, stalking, child abuse, all of those kinds of things. Although we can deal with any crime, but those are the main ones we deal with. And so we have a hotline, 477-5552. It's available every day, 24 hours a day. So people can call us if they're experiencing abuse. They do not have to report to the police to receive our services. Although if they want to, we can help kind of walk them through that, let them know how to do that. So we usually start with the call by listening. That's really important because people need to be heard. And so we will listen. That's our emotional support. We can advocate for them if they've been to other agencies and maybe feel they haven't gotten the service they should have, or if they're having difficulty accessing services, we can assist with that. We also can provide emergency shelter and short-term shelter if they want to leave the situation. And by the way, all of our services are, we call it client-driven, so it's up to the client what services they want. We don't tell them what they need. So, but if they wish to leave and are seeking shelter, we can put them into short-term shelter and then
Karen.
help them during that time to find a longer-term shelter.
Right. So Karen, you
And
know,
we still
during,
can't do
during this
even in
time,
COVID.
during this time, have you guys seen an increase in your client caseload?
Yes, it's kind of interesting because, and we've seen it now both times as we went into one and did this whole thing again. When we first go into one, our calls decrease. And it seems to be because people really are staying home. And of course, when they stay home, often they're with their abuser because that's usually a family member. And so they aren't able then to call safely. So we see a decrease in calls right at the beginning of one. What we did find during one, the calls that we got oftentimes were from family and friends. So they were able to call for the person and they would call and say, I know this is going on, you know, how can I help them? You know, if I have a chance to give them information, what information should I give them? You know, that kind of thing. So that's what we saw in the beginning of one. And then as things started opening up a little bit, then we saw our calls increasing because people were able maybe to get outside a little more, or they were able to go to the store and they would call us from the store, or, you know, they were able to get to a safe place to be able to call us. And so then we saw our calls increasing. And we have had an increase in calls in both times as we went through the ones and the twos and the threes. And actually, one of our busiest months was July, which is when we had gone, I think, from 2 to 3. So again, as things opened up, then people feel better about leaving. We also did have some calls where people were concerned about leaving. You know, they talked to us about leaving, but then said, you know, I think I can manage it for a little while longer. I'm concerned about taking my children out, you know, that kind of thing. So the coronavirus really has had an effect in this whole area. And other things that we can do, we refer them, we can assist them with getting legal help, give them numbers to call, help them get their forms from the legal help to get like a protective order if they want to. We can also help them fill out what's called a pro se protective order, which is where they ask for the protective order themselves if they're not able to get legal help. We pretty much, you know, just anything that they need, we attempt to either provide it or to connect them with someone who can provide it, because no one agency can do everything.
Right.
So we really do depend on our community partners as they depend on us. You know, luckily we seem to have a group that really works well together. You know, we're not territorial. We're really focused on helping the victim survivor and her children or his children.
Right.
Abusers can be either male or female. Victims can be either male or female.
Karen, give us the number if anybody needs help, needs you know, services from Barry. You guys do great work. I love how you coordinate with everybody. But as you said, there are those people out there who maybe need to make that call. So what's the number to call?
477-5552. And I do encourage you though to think about, you know, is it safe to make the call? You don't want the abuser hearing you. And what people have done is great. You know, if you can't make the call, if you can get information to a family or friend to, you know, call for you, that's fine too. But yeah, 477-5552, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it will be answered.
Karen, thank you so much for your time this morning, and we appreciate the work you do. It's priceless, and we appreciate that. And just to everybody that you guys coordinate with, to everybody in the Vero office and everyone at the Thrive Coalition, thank you so much, okay?
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Of course, Karen. I had to resist the urge to, I know you get this all the time, but, you know, how's this? Greeting cards have all been sent. The Christmas rushes through.
Thank you again.
Hey, Google it. It's the Carpenters, guys. Thank you, Karen. We'll see you. God bless you. Wash your hands. It's 8:02. Thank you so much to our viewers on KUAM TV. Again, we're KUAM FM in Agotni, Guam. This is The Breeze, 93.9. And you're watching and listening to The Link. Again, we've got a great day of programming ahead for you guys on KUAM TV. So, again, thank you guys so much for joining The Link this morning on behalf of Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, and our whole crew here. Esta, adios. And we are back here on The Link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Thank you to the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. 477-5552. It's a free call 24 hours a day to get a hold of Varo. 804. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we've sanitized everything. And I think that she might have helped herself. Did you get any of that virtual empanada in there? That's from Inaran. We have the Postmaster Guam, Tammy. Good morning, Tammy Shonen. Hi.
Morning, Chris.
Yeah, just grab some of that balutan for your staff over there, GMF. We got virtual empanada.
All right, sounds good.
So, Tammy, we brought you on because I know that at the different post offices, the lines continue to be long. But you guys, you made some allowances during the Columbus Day holiday yesterday. So you want to just kind of start with that and tell us how that went for you guys?
I'm sorry, Chris. I can barely hear you on this side. I'm stretching here.
So you guys, you did some limited ops yesterday during the Columbus Day holiday, which is it's a federal holiday, right? But you guys were at work. So tell us how that went for you and what other measures you guys are taking.
We got some new people on board. So we went ahead and opened up yesterday for about 6 hours from 6 to 12, just to relieve the line a little bit for today, the day after the holiday. So that went pretty well. We had quite a bit of turnout yesterday, which is fantastic. I came in this morning and once again, we have quite a bit of people out there. We're already open here at Barragata. We opened at 7. So we're trying to get the line down, get the people home so that they don't have to worry about waiting in line here.
Tammy, what kind of additional measures have you guys taken since the last time we spoke to address these long lines at the post offices?
Yeah, so we've been working on hiring here. So we have 12 came on board on Saturday. And they're already up and running. I have them up there right now, picking up packages and delivering them to the customers in the front window. We plan to bring some more on board this coming Saturday, and then hopefully more and more until we can get it to the point where customers don't have to wait.
Right. And when we talk about customers having to wait, again, just for the audience, could you tell them what is causing the delay at the post offices?
The delay in the line or the delay in the mail? Because there's no delay in the mail, really. We're
The
moving the mail as fast as we possibly can.
Yeah.
The delay in the line is because the mail volume in the month of September is almost doubled. So you can imagine it's just so much mail coming in right now. It's more than last Christmas. So we expect this Christmas is going to be even more mail than ever. So we're trying to ramp up and get people on board so that way we can service the people.
We had a question earlier, and I wanted to make sure I asked it, and it was regarding mail from California. Are we accepting mail from California?
I'm sorry, I heard mail from California, and then are we?
Accepting mail from California?
Are we accepting mail from California?
Yeah, it was a question from one of the viewers.
Yeah, they basically.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't sure why that would be that was a question, but we are accepting mail from California. I wanted to ask about about your staff. How are they? Have you guys experienced any COVID positives over at the post office?
No, and I knock on wood every time. We've been blessed here at the facility that we're keeping safe, we're masking up, we're keeping our social distancing. We have our barriers up for our customers. So, things have gone well, and I pray that it stays that way.
What about policing the line, Tammy? I know there were concerns raised about, people maintaining that 6 foot distance from each other. And I remember last time we had talked, You were talking about possibly getting a security guard or something to help out with that. So where are we with that?
Yes, that was in talks. We've put the tape down, we put signs up, and we ask that customers maintain their social distancing. When they don't, we send our employees out. Our employees go out there and tell them, hey, you guys, you need to social distance. There's a reason why there's lines on the floor. We ask one customer to stand on each hash mark, so that way we can keep our social distancing. I mean, it's come to the point where I had to reach out to GPD, and they have been very supportive to send the officers here to take care of our issues here.
What's the average wait time at the post offices?
You know, I have not monitored lately, but I'm hearing it's 1 to 2 hours. So today we're already open. I don't even see as many cars in the parking lot already. Our parking lot is about 25% full, whereas at this time of the day it would be 100% full with line all the way out to the intersection. But we're doing pretty good today. I can see open spots right now from my window.
Okay, everybody go. Hurry. Tammy, last time we come on, we had talked about a line for the elderly, people with disabilities. Are we anywhere with that? What would you like to say?
Well, first we need to get the staffing on board before we consider that. But our main mission is to get everybody out of line. We want everybody to be serviced. If it comes to a point where we're still running into trouble, we may consider that. So that way we can help out those people that can't stand in line.
We talk about the hiring. We had a comment here. How did they hire? My boys created accounts, but were not informed of the openings.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. I'm like stretching to my speakers here.
We had a comment, Tammy. Someone put, how did they hire? My boys created accounts, but we weren't notified of the openings. What's the process here, though? Because I know you go to the USPS website, right?
Right. So you go to USPS.com. At the bottom of the page, there's a link for careers. You click on that, and then you find the opening, which is usually listed in Hawaii, because our facility is actually based on our district office in Hawaii.
Okay.
Do you have any advice for people? I mean, like you mentioned earlier, it's the holiday season is approaching. Do you have any advice for people? Should they start, I guess, mailing out stuff now?
Definitely. I can see already there's a line here in Barrigada. Like I always say, it's important that you go online to USPS.com and print your customs forms and print your postage if you can. If you're able to do that, you can actually drop your package at the facility in our click and ship area, and then you don't have to wait in line at all. You just drop and go. So that will save you tons of time.
Okay. Anything else that you need the community to know about?
I just want to make sure that people understand my people are working as hard as they possibly can. You know, up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. It's been a rough 9 weeks. And I just want to thank all of them, the carriers, the clerks, the maintenance people. They've gone above and beyond. My custodians are keeping this facility so clean in order to keep us safe. My carriers are out there every single day, including Sundays and holidays, just doing what they can for the people, getting the packages out to the residents and businesses. My clerks are on their feet up there all day long. Please be patient with them, and they're doing the best they can. So, and I expect it's just the service is going to get better and better as we pick up more people.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so family in the States, you're sending our Christmas box. You guys send it now, and Tammy's going to look out for it. Thank you, Tammy.
Yes.
Grab some virtual empanada on your way out for the stuff.
Thank you. We're eating up.
Okay, yeah. It's no fat.
All right.
Okay,
All right,
bye.
take care.
8:12. We'll take a short break, and we're coming back with the Lieutenant Governor of Guam right here on the link. It's the Zoom 93.9. The Zoom. What the hell? The breeze. Good morning.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19, kailangan ng kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin mapanatiling malakas ang katawan at sumunod sa mga alituntunin ng gobyerno para ligtas ang lahat. Ang distansyang 6 feet bawat isa ay laging susundin, lalo na sa mga pagtitipon. Panatiling magsuot ng face mask sa labas ng bahay, lalo na sa mga pampublikong lugar. Maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon sa loob ng 20 seconds. Kung walang tubig at sabon, gumamit ng hand sanitizer na hindi bababa ng 60% alkohol. Maglinis at magdisinfekta ng mga madalas na hinahawakan. Iwasang hawakan ng mukha mo. Manatili sa bahay kung may sakit. Tulungan na mabawasan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19 sa pamamagitan ng pag-download ng Guam COVID Alert app sa App Store o Google Play. Protektahan ang sarili, ang iyong mga mahal sa buhay at ang mga mamamayan. Ang pag-iwas ay nakapagliligtas ng buhay. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, mangyari makipag-ugnayan sa 311 o bisitahan ang aming website sa dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Let's have a good time. Christmas to you. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Christmas to you. Let's have a good time.
What was that, Bree?
I said skip Halloween, skip Thanksgiving, straight to Christmas.
Well, just because our listeners are getting our Christmas boxes together, so I wanted to give them a little.
I was just thinking about something. You know, the load, as Postmaster Tammy was saying, on the delivery system, not just on Guam but all over the place. Because this week we've got Amazon Prime Day on the 13th and 14th. That's always big, and then right after Thanksgiving, we've got Black Friday, we've got Cyber Monday, and that's even prior to what Janice was saying earlier from American Music, the big retail 6-week period. So
Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time.
you just want Christmas presents,
We're
don't you?
actually even hosting a Christmas holiday pops, but it's going to be all virtual. So
Yeah.
that's going to be exciting.
Hey, I just wanted to sprinkle a little Christmas on you guys. You catch your favorite Christmas songs through the day here on The Breeze, 93.9. And kind of taking a note from the Philippines, because of the COVID, right? In the Philippines, Joe, sir, they start playing Christmas music because, Christmas music, you always hear it when it's cold, and when it's cold, you go brr. So they play the Christmas music. They start playing it in the months that end with brr, like September.
Hey, Anna, good
Right,
morning. Good
yeah.
to see you.
So there you go, Bree.
Thank
Little
you.
side- yeah. Are you Grinching or what? Because you're like, oh, you're skipping Halloween?
No, usually around this time, I'm already making plans to go and make my my vacation plans to go visit my parents. But I don't think that's happening this
A
year.
little different this year.
Yeah.
That's 819. We wanted to go over the virus numbers real quick, Bree, before we get to
Right.
Lieutenant Governor.
So, according to the latest numbers out of the Joint Information Center released last night, 719 samples that were ran, 92 returned positive for COVID-19. Guam's total COVID case count is 3,170 people. 921 island residents are actively fighting the virus, while more than 2,100 have recovered. There are 62 COVID patients that are hospitalized at the Guam Memorial Hospital. 10 are receiving ICU level of care. 0 COVID patients at GRMC that are hospitalized. And there are 3 hospitalized at Naval Hospital in Agana Heights, and 2 of them are in ICU. And those are the latest numbers from the Joint Information Center.
All right. That being said, let's go ahead and bring up Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. If you could, LT, just maybe comment on these numbers that actually continue to rise, and we haven't seen any flattening or any plateauing of either the positive cases or the hospitalizations. An all-time high in hospitalizations at the Guam Memorial Hospital. How is this hitting the front office down at Adelup?
So first thing I would like to say is good morning. The situation at the hospital, and we met with the folks on Zoom yesterday. I'm just trying to understand. Of course, there's been, with the last couple of weeks, we were in the 60s. We're seeing part of that population coming in. But also, there's been a drive from the medical providers to try and get people with symptoms to come in a little earlier so that they don't get into a bad way. And so what you're seeing is that you're seeing more people hospitalized, but less people on ventilators. And we're trying to keep the number of the people on ventilators as down as possible. So there's a coordinated outreach going on with private health providers trying to identify, including through the public health surveillance system, those patients that need immediate medical attention and for them not to wait. That's on one side. And the other side, and I heard that you had a little discussion about this yesterday. There's some extensive outreach going on and expanding, trying to reach communities up in the north and going in and trying to be a bit forward leaning on testing. These are the people that have limited access to healthcare, maybe some transportation issues, and we're seeing a really big spread in those groups. So those are the two things that we can do to try and push the numbers, but the numbers are not encouraging. Clearly, they're not encouraging. And then on top of that, there are about 488 kids from 0 to 19 that have turned positive. Fortunately, many of them are not as sick as the ones with the health issues, but still, it is a big issue that we're looking at, especially since there's a lot of pressure and discussion about preparing for a place in time or point in time when we can consider returning to face-to-face instruction. Those are all big factors that are all being looked at right now. There is a lot of pressure, I'd say, and the private schools are wanting to open already.
Right,
And I've been working with meeting with the superintendent and the education subcommittee. They've made some recommendations to public health for additional guidance to try and address the community spread issues. But we're not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not there yet. And the other thing is trying to make sure that public health and their system is going to be able to be responsive and have a rapid response to if and when cases show up in the schools when schools are in session. That's kind of like some of the things that I've been looking at over the last days.
Right, LT. Oh, go ahead.
No, I want to just go back into that 0 to 19-year-old seeing spikes there, but you're also seeing double-digit increases all the way from 0 to 50 to 59-year-olds, and more particularly in the 20 to 29 year old age demographic, where there were 42 positive in just the past 3 days. What's being done to address those demographics and those numbers?
That's the biggest challenge, because a lot of that group, the studies would say, are asymptomatic or have very mild symptoms. They think that they're pretty invincible and healthy, and they're not getting out. They're not kind of following the public health protocols as much as we like. So we're seeing, they're getting it either in the community or at work, and they're bringing it back home. We have a lot of families and multi-generational households where those are the people that are susceptible. So part of it is messaging, but part of it is also trying to reach them in different ways, different languages, to try and push it down. But it's troubling for here, it's troubling in the country, and that is the biggest area of the spread, you could tell. A lot more work that needs to be done there, Bree, and quite frankly, what helps are the messaging from the media, but we need to just try and reach more. One criticism, and I've heard recently, was, the JIC reports are too long. People are not looking at them. Make the messages or the reports simpler. Many young people don't realize that they're the first top group for positive, and that's something that I think we need to do a better job at.
We had a comment here, LT. The legislature should have put fines on violators when they had the chance.
Well, I think members of the business community have been asking about that recently. That is still an open issue, and it really is going to be up to them to figure out whether or not they're going to balance the need to try and put some fines and penalties, some civil penalties for this kind of reckless behavior versus, the opposite side of the coin. Because we have, unfortunately, there are a lot of people with different views. People are there are no maskers here. People, have COVID fatigue. They don't want to follow. And those are the different pressures, I think, that are in the minds of the legislators. I'd encourage them to consider the legislation. Whatever they feel that they are comfortable doing would help.
LT, that being said, this week, we haven't had that press conference, but what are we anticipating as far as any easing of any restrictions or any walking back of anything that is in place now? And I know these announcements are usually made by the end of the week. We didn't see any movement last week because of these numbers. They're still the same numbers, still the same story. So what are we doing this week?
I don't have any, right now, I'm not tracking any change yet. I mean, we have a meeting in 5 minutes and we'll continue to be monitoring it, but I'm not seeing any movement. There's been pressures. Some are pressuring for further occupancy and retail and et cetera, but it really is going to be dependent on the confidence level we have that we can deal with all the folks that are really sick at the hospital and on the healthcare front.
I wanted to ask.
I wouldn't rule it out, but right now I'm unsure. I'm unsure. It's still a very moving situation, and really trying to get in the weeds. And then, of course, this week we have additional help. We have, I think, 5 additional officials from Center for Disease Control that are on Guam. They started yesterday. They're digging deep, helping us further refine and report on the data of all of the positive cases. In some case, it's affirming some of the activities that we have planned, including the extensive outreach going on in the north, including getting into the minority communities that are showing greater signs of infection than others. And then even educating people, about all of the different mitigating measures that can happen as businesses have opened and mobility has increased. Those are all the things I guess that are factors right now.
The visit from the CDC, was this something that public health or the government said, can you guys come over here? Or was it something that the CDC saw with what's happening on Guam that prompted them to come here to see what's going on?
No, we asked for them. We asked for additional epidemiologists to help on the data side. We also asked for some of their experts on the contact tracing side. They're in with our teams as we expand contact tracing and push folks that have been trained into the contact tracing and surveillance side. And then there's also folks that are on the program side that are helping and making sure that we can improve responsiveness. There has been, the private providers have been talking with us and we've been working with public health to try and cut down the response time, especially from those folks that are testing positive and being notified initially by the medical providers, and making sure that, and we see it's really trying to respond fast enough so people who are tested can quarantine at home, and if they're positive, then isolate. The other thing that we're doing is we're really asking public health to go in and make sure that the folks that are positive, that are staying home, that are in home isolation, really should be there and being a bit more forward and offering them accommodations elsewhere so they can contain or prevent the spread in their households. Chris and Sabrina, there was one case that public health talked about just the other day where it was an employee that came home. There are 22 people in the household, and out of the 22, 14 got positive. So part of the reality that we're looking at when we're doing the outreach and the field work is really looking at those homes and those settings where there's a large number of people, many of them are poor, that are living in those conditions, trying to test them and trying to get them safe and into isolation when they test positive, and protect everybody else in the families that are not. Some of them, I've heard of one where there was a cluster of 3 homes with 40 people in those homes, all of them related to each other. And so those are the things that trying to go out, we have the National Guard and the Surgeon Cell helping. We've also have been providing additional support to public health. So for example, we've sent people from the clearinghouse. We have logistics planners that are helping public health expand and on the contact tracing and surveillance front, given the fact that we have so many people. I mean, you heard the numbers, 900 people are in home isolation. Those are positive cases. And it is a big number for us to deal with. But I think pushing more in and expanding the number of people is going to help. And then, of course, this technical assistance that we're getting from CDC, I think, is going to help us refine what we have. But I would say that there are other challenges, I think, that we're addressing. People, it's a demand for positives or contacts of positives, making sure that they get their testing very fast.
See, people going to be here?
They're going to be here for 30 days. It's a 30-day deployment. Right. And they started boots on the ground and at work yesterday.
Going back to what you were talking about regarding isolation, are we going to see another isolation facility open? And I know we had Charles Esteves on here a few weeks back talking about if we do, it would be more of a consolidated isolation facility. Has there been any movement on that?
We're tracking the numbers, and we have, I guess, additional facilities that we can put online. But yes, if we need additional isolation, we will for sure secure it and get it.
Okay.
I wanted to switch gears here a little bit, Lieutenant Governor, and see if we could get a comment out of you. That audit that came out from the Office of the Public Auditor, This was dealing with the Liberation Day, the big one, the Liberation Day Carnival last year. I know that you were the chair. So I guess just first of all, what's your comment on that audit, which found that there were a few $100,000 in questionable
$300,000 in question costs.
Right, question costs. And then we also had some questions about some of the costs that weren't questioned. But if you could just give us a statement on the audit and the findings.
Well, I sent in, I guess, a letter agreeing with pretty much the audit. When we came in and we worked with the mayors, they had been expressing their kind of struggles over the last few years, and we told them we'd help them. We'd go and raise money and identify sponsors so we can put up a really, dignified and really good celebration for the 75th. But you were very happy that we did. But it pointed to some, I guess, longstanding and material shortcomings in in the Mayor's Council. And I guess from the Mayor's Council perspective, they're really having a hard time trying to apply the procurement rules to certain things. But that being said, I would say that I generally agree with the audit findings. And to me, it gives you a map for what you need to improve. The public auditor recommended that the law change so that the Mayor's Council of Guam can be relieved of that responsibility, and I support that. There are some ideas about where it will go, but I think we still need to talk with the legislature about where they think that it should go and how we should do it.
I know that we had sent a FOIA on all this stuff last year, and we found that among the contracts awarded for the Liberation Carnival was for ground cleaning and trash removal, and that was awarded to Comfort Cuts to the tune of, I think, about $12,000. And then there was also another security contract that was given to Sanku LLC, DBA, I think Supreme Security Services. But both these companies connected to your sister and the former chief of staff to Senator Pito Talahi, Teresa Tenorio. So we had found that she had signed off on some of these checks, and given the contracts and the appearance of impropriety, can you say that you had nothing to do with the awarding of them, or how would you address that? It just seems a little too close to comfort when your Niao's businesses are getting a good chunk of these contracts, or did.
Well, I did not participate in the procurement of this, and if he wants to go and compete for business, win or lose, then he will be able to do that. But anything that will be under my direct control, if I have procurement authority, if I am providing direction, then they would not be eligible for those kinds of things.
Right. I mean, but do you kind of admit that it does look a little
the appearance of, yes, I think some people would say that it doesn't smell right, but I just want to assure you that I have not participated in direct procurement of that, nor do I direct the procurement of that. But I do understand that people might see it a different way, but he can go and run his business without me, and I'm going to do my job without them. So that's sort of how it is.
Well, thanks for addressing that, LT. That's one thing I can appreciate about you is you come on and you answer.
No, well, thanks for giving me the opportunity, actually. Chris and Sabrina, I mean, sometimes with the lieutenant governor, you don't get very many opportunities or sometimes many people don't care what you think because you're really not driving the bus. But thanks for giving me the opportunity to come out. And I just want to, again, tell the people of Guam, we are in a critical situation. There is a lot of stress. Over the last few months, we've been trying to push out some assistance to businesses, to people. We pushed out about $32.7 million for direct business aid and for sustenance and for public health to help those in need. And we still have some coronavirus relief funds. I know the governor has been asking GITA to come up with a refined strategy and for additional help for businesses. And I know Senator Shelton has passed some legislation trying to address the gap in the stimulus funds. But I just want to assure everybody that we will do the best we can. We're not perfect. There are things that we can improve, but we will work every day very hard to try and make sure that we try and move to normalizing our lives as much as possible. So thank you.
I wanted to ask about, you talk about how this is a critical time, and, obviously it is. But then there's this situation that happened over the weekend where there was this restaurant slash bar that had this Oktoberfest event, and you saw a lot of people not wearing masks because obviously did not appear to be following PCOR 1 guidelines. When you see that, I mean, how does that make you feel? I mean, you guys are trying to do your best and trying to promote, hey, everybody be safe, but then you see something like this. I mean, it really is frustrating. And I don't know what you would like to say to address that.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I would tell you that unfortunately, when we see the leader of our country almost doing the same thing, it kind of enables some of that. I tell you what, the Admiral had a phone call with the governor yesterday. He was very interested in the situation up there. I know that regulatory agencies are trying to make sure and reach out to that business so they can comply. You have a limited occupancy even for an outdoor environment. And I'm very disappointed that the business owner really didn't seem to be too concerned. He looked at everybody, he thought they looked fine, and he decided he was just going to go with the flow. I think it's very irresponsible. It's tragic. And if you look at the numbers and you see there are, even though a lot of these young people could be asymptomatic or not as sick, when you're reading the literature, there's long-term health consequences that can happen. You might not know when this happens. Even for me, having survived it, some of the NBA players who had it originally are having some heart problems. So it's no joke. And I just ask people to, make amendments. And Sabrina, where it's really hard for the local community, everybody loves to visit their families. So they're going to barbecue or they're going to go visit Nana. That is how the transmission is happening. I just wish people would please pay attention. And even when you feel that you're in your privacy of your mom's home, wear the mask or stay away, try and limit your time.
Right. The chamber, they're holding this unity community rally tomorrow. You have any message for them?
Just that we will continue to try and do our best. A lot of the businesses, they're dealing with rent. They don't have the income to pay the rent that's due for the businesses that have been closed. That's something that we're looking at. But I will watch. I'm listening to their message. I'm hearing them. People are hurting, and I want to help. And I'll try and figure out ways that I can help from this position I've landed in, and try and help the governor meet those demands.
Mm-hmm. And I know we asked you about this last week about Halloween. Are you guys going to be putting out any recommendations to the public about, don't go out there and go home to home and trick or treat?
Yes, we've asked the public health and the surgeon self, they can come up with some good recommendations for people. And it's going to be helpful if I'm reading between the lines. I think based on how you guys have good ideas, I'm probably seeing that there might be some good stuff you might be doing, and maybe some other businesses and media might be doing to be able to do this in a very safe way. But I'll get an update, and I would expect them to be coming out soon, trying to give some guidance on how to do Halloween in a very safe way.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot. LT, any final message to the people of Guam before we let you go?
Please, again, adhere to the public health guidance. Please try and make these adjustments in your life. The virus is out there. The minute that you have a symptom, please go to your private provider or public health and get tested. Don't take it for granted. Those that are sick, that are having problems, I would just say, monitor your oxygen levels. Don't wait till it's too late. Come more sooner than later so we can get you the help.
I'm so sorry. Update on the homeless shelter.
Yeah. So, we had a positive case in the last week. There's additional positive cases. I've just been told. I don't have the details yet, but I'm assured that positive cases have been taken to isolation, and I know that The National Guard has an operation to sanitize, and Catholic Social Services is I guess stepping up their monitoring efforts, trying to prevent visitors from coming in, because sometimes the virus, it was somebody returning. And so that's going on. And then this week we'll be looking at all of the findings that we've had so far. Every week we've been getting agencies and nonprofits to really identify the things that will map out this next phase of our strategy. Procurement ongoing. I don't have a report yet from GSA about them securing a second shelter, but the pressure's on for that to happen. And as soon as that happens, we'll make an announcement.
Okay. What was the total positive? Is this a global dorm?
Yeah, there's more than the first one that was reported. I don't have I'm going to get the number in the next few minutes, and that should be out soon.
Okay.
I'm trying. I don't have the exact number yet. I'll get it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, LT.
Thank you.
Okay.
Off day, Governor G.
Oh yeah, you want to?
My favorite Lieutenant Governor. Great job. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Thank you, LT. We'll be back with former Governor Carl Gutierrez right after this. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9, proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647 Cool. Good morning.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
We are in the middle of the most serious health crisis of our lives, and it affects everything from jobs to schools to the way we live. In addition to worrying about recovery, we must now worry about healthcare. And we shouldn't have to make choices between food and medicine, going to the doctor, or buying gas. We all need access to healthcare, and now more than ever, we need hospitals and clinics which can respond to pandemics. We must get the vaccines and new treatments for COVID-19. We must be ready with ventilators and partnerships with the federal government for our emergency facilities and have pandemic plans which provide a secure safety net. We must be ready for the next crisis. And this takes a leader in Washington who is trustworthy and will work with local leaders and experts. This is why I am running for Congress. I humbly ask you for your vote. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Kids medicine mayor research ne kisara churari sawal COVID-19. Mi burin nageri warawat at si posopuero ne ferie petie semwen. Awarauru fito awen seri cots. Purpuraive puet nuporam nofiten. Terupom non ukukun rueseken. Terugeri soap mekori. Ikeseor soap mekori. Ikewe hand sanitizer mayor orupesen arupornan. Terufiji ekoreri me pisekarabasra Son atapa, kesapatapa, wan mesom, nawatireim, ikeapuren me fisemwe. Epetin maraom, me marawen at sigitseng fabiri pan marawat kits medicine. E peti sawag may amarawakits. Retit sikire poros katogeri kakeri irugatewe ikatatawan ewe website tphss.com.gov/Japur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior Office of Insular Affairs.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. Today's pizza tasting segment is brought to you by Pepsi.
Hey, Pyology got a great deal. You get any 2 pies, they can throw in a pizza. And today, the 2 pies we're going to try, man, these are popular. We got the Island Spicy because you know I like it. Pika-ka-ka-ka-ka. And then we got the ABC, which is the Alfredo Bacon Chicken. And we have Ara here, who's going to do up these pies at Pyology. They're open now, Ara, and you guys have done a lot of great things with the protocols, of course, for COVID-19. Just tell us where we're at, what we're doing right now with this Island Spicy.
Alright, so this one's going to be the Island Spicy. We're going to do it on a pie rice crust. So this one starts off with herb butter. You want to brush it all over the crust. And next we're going to get 2 ounces of mozzarella.
Right on. And they got the freshest toppings, of course. It's all about personalizing your Pyology experience here. And then, you know, they also got their flavors like the Island Spicy. I mean, who doesn't love islands? Who doesn't love spicy? This is already turning out great to me. You've got the herb butter. You got that fresh mozzarella going.
Banana pepper, jalapeno, then some roasted red pepper, artichokes, and basil. And lastly, we're gonna have on chamorro sausage and also our spicy Italian.
You know what they say about chamorro sausage? It's not the biggest, but it's the tastiest.
Okay, I see you. All about the quality flavor.
Is that ready to go in the oven?
Yes, sir.
Right on.
Okay, so we always pie in. And you just want to crease the edges in. Throw it in.
500-degree oven right here at Pyology. Pyology style.
Pyology style.
You make it the best how you want it, or I trust you.
I got you.
All right, here we go, guys. My first time. Pie out! Pie out! Right on. I think they heard me in pneumatic. All right, let's get to it here. Of course, thank you to Pepsi for letting us try all these great pizzas. Pyology. We have here Brie. That is the ABC Alfredo Bacon Chicken you got there. Hold on, tilt your glass, get that pour in. Oh, look at that. Ooh, yeah.
All the way to the top.
Boom, fill it to the rim. Brie, pop that open. We have the ABC, which is the Alfredo Bacon Chicken. It's a white sauce Alfredo sauce pizza. They got the chicken, they got the bacon on there. And it's a cauliflower crust, okay? So you're watching your carbs or whatever. That's the pie for you. I ain't watching anything. So I got the Island Spicy here, okay? There's chamorro sausage, my favorite sausage. We have a spicy sausage. They got red pepper flake on the top. And then there's jalapenos, banana peppers, roasted red bell pepper. They got some basil in there, mozzarella cheese. It's a herb butter sauce. And red pepper flake on top just to make it a little extra pika-ka-ka-ka. And I am so excited to do this.
Did you choose the ingredients?
These are 2 house specials here at Pyology.
Oh, nice, okay.
Let's get into this here.
been wanting to try the cauliflower. I only tried it one at a time.
Oh my God. Wow.
Are you sure this is cauliflower? I can't even tell.
That's what I'm saying. That's cauliflower, yep.
Good.
Man, this herb butter with those artichoke hearts, that little bit of pickle flavor. We got the heat from the jalapeno, banana peppers, that basil and clean. This is an excellent pie. Pieology, it's called Island Spicy. It's spicy and it's island all in one pie. Bree, how's yours?
It's good. Like I said, I almost couldn't tell there was a cauliflower crust. I can kind of taste a little bit of notes in there. But overall, it's really good. What kind of cheese?
It's mozzarella cheese.
It's good.
How's that white sauce?
Everything.
This is awesome. Remember, you come into Pieology, you get 2 pies, they throw in a 2-liter Pepsi family. All right, we'll wash this down with an ice cold Pepsi.
And don't forget, you can win a pizza from Pieology and all of our different sponsors for the pizza program by just posting a picture, a selfie with a Pepsi product and tagging KUM News and Uno Guam. And then every Thursday on the link, we'll announce a winner.
Boom, I'm going to take this out. We're going to go back to the station and chow this for our second lunch. So thank you, Pieology Champion Aura.
And of course, Pepsi Guam.
Family for having us here. Cheers, Bree.
Cheers.
Today's pizza tasting segment is brought to you by Pepsi. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
All right, 8:55. Thank you again, Pepsi, for giving that great opportunity to get out there and try the island's best pizzas. And not only for us to try them, but to give you guys a chance to try them. Right, Tubri?
Yeah, great. And we're actually going out on another shoot today
Yeah, we are.
to celebrate National Pizza Month. And you could win a pizza. All you have to do is take a selfie with a Pepsi product and then post it on your social media and tag KUAM News and Uno Guam. And we'll announce the winner this Thursday.
Good morning, 8:56. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the president of the Guam Visitors Bureau, former two-term governor, Carl Gutierrez. Good morning, Gov.
Morning, Chris, Bree, and Jason. Thanks for having me on.
How are you doing?
We're doing well, but very cautious, staying home, and working out of the house. Simply because I'm just really kind of concerned that this thing is moving around quicker than I want it to do in the community.
Yeah, and every day those numbers, right? They just keep on climbing, and even at the Guam Memorial Hospital, it's just frightening to see how they're at an all-time high of 62 COVID patients hospitalized. So
I understand, but you know what? As I was sitting here for the last, and I listened to the Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio for half an hour, it gave me some comfort to know that maybe this is what is really needed. Joshua said he's not driving the bus, but he certainly is one of the most learned tour guides, so he can really tell the people of Guam what really is going on out there, in a very clear way, because even I sometimes have a hard time reading the JIC report and whatever comes out with all those different numbers. I get confused. But Joshua, Lieutenant Governor, sitting here maybe every day for half an hour, tell the people what's going on, and because he's on top of everything. The governor is there, very busy, but he's not missing a beat at Adelup, and he's got everything coming to him. And so hopefully the media will set aside at least half an hour for the Lieutenant Governor to actually face the people and tell us what's going on, because it's informative. He does it in a calm way, and he's just as concerned with us, So if I could give any suggestion to the governor, that's what I would like to see. Public health individuals are wearing blinders. It's a one size fits all. They are not concerned with anything outside of their protocols and guidelines. And there's a lot of heartaches that I've come across over the last 3 weeks, where people come out here to see their mom or their dad before they die, or even our own local people who is not necessarily dying of COVID, but are in the hospital, and his mother could not be allowed to last goodbye at the hospital, and only the wife is allowed. And this is where somebody has to step in, and that this is such a dire thing that I would have allowed, even to put a whole hazmat suit on the mother to go see the son before he dies. This is very important. It's not like, this is the last final thing. And if you don't have the heart to do that, to say, okay, this is the protocol, but here, let me put everything on possible to protect you and to protect the patient at the hospital, to say goodbye to your son. And I'm talking about my poor boy, John Akfavi Jr. And, Liz is just like, every time we speak with her, she's heartbroken that she couldn't see her son at his deathbed. Mm-hmm. And so this is what I think the government and our local people here should understand, our culture, and don't just, set aside this protocol that one size fits all. Nope, you can't do this, you can't do that. Somebody has to step in, like Joshua, this Lieutenant Governor, to make a decision above the public health people that are not supposed to be making anything else other than following their own protocols. But there's some higher authority to be able to look at the entire picture, figure out how to think outside the box, and make things happen so that it doesn't polarize our community. Right now, a lot of people are angry because of this situation. And so that's how we probably allay the anger of these people.
Gov, have you shared these concerns with Governor Liu?
Well, no, because it's although I am part of the arriving passenger advisory group, it's outside the. I try to thank goodness for Dr. Nguyen when situations like this arise, that I have a direct communication with him, and he intercedes with the public health and figures out how to make things happen, the family in Jonia, the Fernandez family, where all these kids are come out here and they got locked up for 14 days, and I'm trying to get out before the mom has any worse situation. And he did try to figure it out. There's got to be a way to do this. I mean, people have their own minds to be able to know that they're not going to get close to their mom who's in her sick bed to jeopardize her health. So we got to trust them to tell them to go home, quarantine at home, but stay in your room and just look through the window in her bedroom to be able to see her. There's a lot of things you can do to make exceptions and still be safe.
Well, Gov, I think you hit it right on the head. There's, a lot of people we have spoken with that have come on this show, especially Gayleen, who was on our show last week, and she was begging for compassion from the government of Guam. And you said you hadn't talked to the governor, but at the end of the day, it ends with her. She is the final decision maker. And I guess then if you haven't spoken to her, what would you say to her?
Well, I think that listening to the Lieutenant Governor here today, I think the Lieutenant Governor should step in right now and do what he's doing, and to making himself available for these kinds of. And I'm happy. I know that I tease my son-in-law Richard Arroyo, who Joshua's the Lieutenant Governor, says, okay, I know we have problems with funerals, so you take care of the bereavement of these families. You go and intercede for for the governor's office and for the government of Guam to make sure that certain protocols can be looked at that will allow them to get out of that strict one that public health is giving you. So they're thinking that way now. I think they're understanding that there's something's got to be done to make sure that our people are not forgotten out there, that they matter. This idea of I'm trying to protect your life, so you're not going to go see your son die. I'm telling you, put a double suit on if necessary, but that's so important.
Right. And I hear you. I mean, people are willing to take that risk, despite the fact that, COVID is here. So I can understand what you're saying. And it is unfortunate that we're not seeing this sort of compassion. But you trust Lieutenant Governor, and hopefully, the governor will give him that authority, I guess, to kind of step in and help.
I can't say they're lacking compassion. Sometimes this just doesn't get up to that level. And, that's why I said, leave your phones open. I do. At nighttime, they'll contact me because they know I'll contact them back. And that's what it takes. Somebody, and I'm glad that the Lieutenant Governor has assigned certain people for certain problems, so that when people call them, they answer, and somebody's on the other end. That's what you need. It's this personal touch. And I try to, when I get my phone calls, I even send some to the Speaker Barnes when I need something like that. And she also tries to intercede, because she understands that this is so important. So I hope that when they listen to the Lieutenant Governor today, that he does have the information, he cares, and so let's make time for strictly COVID, no contracts.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Is that the new catchphrase? Only COVID, no contracts. Gov, we kind of went all wow. I'm just still unpacking everything you just said. You sound very frustrated. Are we able to kind of talk tourism maybe for a minute? Because I know that Hawaii is slated to reopen their tourism industry. Right, and I know
open on my birthday.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something that's different than for us to try to emulate what Hawaii is doing. Hawaii is expecting the United States mainland does not have any restrictions for people to travel. So they're marketing to those people that come there, which is probably like 65% of their tourism is from the United States mainland. As far as Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, they have their own strict protocols that they're not allowing people to go to Hawaii, for example. So we're different in that way. So what we're doing is like Derek Kanata, was at the board meeting, asked about where is this testing procedure at the airport at right now. So GDB and John Kanata of the airport, we've been discussing this last week, and we're putting together an executive order, hopefully to give to the governor to review, so that we can go and figure out how to get this testing protocol that can come out in 1 minute, at the most 10 minutes, at $5. And this is already in play. We have to set it up, because if we're not ready, and I understand that when I asked John Kanata, why aren't you not setting up for the testing procedures at the airport? He says, because the public health is so overwhelmed that they've shelved this on the side. So I said, well, let's do an executive order, have the governor assign you at the airport and GDB in compliance with public health procedures to head this airport testing project and let public health do what they're doing on a daily basis. So that's going to be going to the governor. Hopefully, we have to think about that outside. And in the meantime, we don't have any tourists coming in. But we're now understanding that when Jerry Parrish and I came in, Jerry said we have to start digitizing because not only in travel, but in the procedures that you have to go through when you travel to Guam, for example. So we've gotten $250,000 from the governor to digitize the customs form. And you do this, before you even get to Guam. And it also, we were only asking for $200,000, but when we went into a meeting with the governor, She liked the idea because that's always been her vision, to digitize as much as possible our procedures and things in Guam. So she gave us an extra 50,000 to include public health in the mix, so that we have this digitized form as we're creating it, and hopefully we get it done by December, so that when we start to seeing the tourists come in, we have all these things in place, so it makes it easy at the airport. No congestion at customs. They just go through because they already have it as you pre-clear coming in. So these are the things that we're putting together, and also GVB is trying to do something like I don't know if you heard me last week at the board meeting, but I said the UFC One Championship. We have been in communication. First, it was brought to us by Derek Kanata and Brandon Vera and Victor Hui, and we have decided that we like this idea of bringing the One Championship fight here to Guam. It attracts 1 billion viewers at that time, and through the main, streaming, it can get to 2 billion people. And it's only going to cost us putting up for room and ground transportation and the venue. And the venue would have to be at the University of Guam, because they have this high-tech cameras from the top of from a certain height. And they'll even give away free tickets to fill up the stadium if necessary, but they don't need people like that. So all we need to do is provide a special protocol that public health has received my letter asking for a special protocol for approximately the first fight, hopefully in December 15 is my goal, is that they have 150 of these fighters and trainers and the crew, the cameramen, to come in. If we plant this thing on Guam for Asia, because they love Guam being the epicenter of the Asia countries at 3, 4, 6, 5 hours away. And not only that, I asked them that they're going to promote it as America in Asia, because not only will it attract tourists, but it will attract business people from Hong Kong and other parts of Asia. Has been our goal. We have more fiber optics coming in and out of Guam than any place else in the world per capita. So when we start sending out to the entire world this UFC One Championship, and they see that we have every infrastructure in place, and they see just how well prepared we are to receive these business people coming here and making Guam their headquarters. You can't imagine, you can't buy that kind of publicity around the world. And so this is what we're doing right now. I just hope public health, and I'm seeing that's been a week since I sent my letter, so maybe they're still busy trying to figure out where all the COVIDs are. So I'm going to try to figure out again how to get that moving, to make a special protocol for these people. They're used to being tested 3 or 4 times a week. They don't mind that. You just got to get them here, and it's not going to cost us much.
Gov, I wanted to go back to what you had talked about compassion, and we heard earlier in the show about communication, and it's been a recurring theme here on the link, and specifically with press conferences, right? And just only ask you because you are the most experienced. You have 2 terms. You know what I mean? You're Carl Gutierrez. How important is it to hold these, public opportunities like press conferences during a pandemic? Because we haven't seen them really in the last few weeks, and before that they were very inconsistent. But do you think that they play a role in kind of allaying the fears of the public, and should we have more of these opportunities for the public to hear from, let's say, like the governor or lieutenant governor?
I didn't really, you're muffled. I'm sorry, Chris, but I really couldn't pick up everything you're saying. You're too close to the mic and you're muffled, and I didn't quite hear everything you said.
I was just saying, do you think that we should be having more press conferences for the people? We haven't had a press conference with the governor, and it's been weeks. Before that, it was very sporadic. But how important are those press conferences, not just to allow the media the opportunity to find out more about the pandemic, but to kind of allay some of the fears and anxieties that the public is experiencing right now?
Very, very, very important. And I'm sure that they're doing that, but I think it's got to be beyond the perfunctory reporting by public health. It's got to be a very personable, knowledgeable person like the lieutenant governor, who has probably more time given to him by the governor, to go out and speak to the general public, speak to them like they're doing here on your show. You know, thousands of people are watching your show, and they have a lot of trust that the right questions are being asked. But we need to get that out. But sometimes we have to separate the COVID press conferences where they got you questions, because it confuses the people too. I really mean that sincerely. Let's get out of this mess that we're in right now. Then we can go back to normal politics. But right now I can't do anything at GBB unless the people really understand what the governor is trying to do. I mean, somebody's got to give her a fighting chance to get this thing down, numbers down. But when you see businesses abusing it simply because they think they're invincible, it's not going to get us to any closer to opening up our tourism and our entire local economy, for that matter. But yes, absolutely, and I hope that they will have once a day for half an hour, speak to the people of Guam in a tone and language that they understand, instead of comparative numbers, because that confuses me. And I don't need to know where all it came from, but I know one thing that's working is that over the last 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 92 of these people that tested positive, almost 30% was from contact tracing. And I know that it will help even more if everybody downloaded that COVID tracing app. And we're so polarized that we're only up to about 22% right now. Out of 73,000, we're only like about 18,000. And so we've got to do something to help each other speed up the numbers to go down, so we can open up our island.
All right. Anything in closing, Gov? Because I feel like you're in a talkative mood.
I sigh of relief that when I listened to the lieutenant governor today, I wasn't expecting to see him. Well, and I'm glad I came on early so I could hear what he had to say. I felt comfort that he is, in fact, up on things, and that knowing that he has now appointed someone to be able to take care of certain parts of the community that culturally we have to take care at funerals and things like that. Now he has to probably appoint also to take care of people that are here that are in dire need of seeing their family before they pass away. And not just for bereavement, but for actual closure of family matters. That's all I'm asking, is that I hope that at that level, like you said, I think it's necessary they speak to people every day for at least half an hour. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gov. And really, you're right. Lieutenant Governor has been accessible. He comes on every Tuesday without fail, and if he can't, he lets us know. But it's so much that he can do when people want to hear from the governor, and she's invited to come on anytime, whether she wants to come on every day. She's more than welcome to. And I know if you were governor, you would do the same. So thank you, Uncle Carl. Governor
Thank you
Gutierrez.
very much, everybody.
Thank you,
Good
Gov.
morning, and stay safe.
Wash your hands.
And, wash your hands and distance yourself back.
Right. Political distance.
Political distance.
Okay, Gov. Okay, stop.
Take care.
All right.
That was interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, all the other stuff aside, but the digital custom forms, the rapid testing, and this UFC 1 championship.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a whole lot to unpack there. 9:16, we'll take a short break. We're coming back with KUAM News' Decision 2020 next. It's The Breeze on the Link 93.9.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We are in the middle of the most serious health crisis of our lives, and it affects everything from jobs to schools to the way we live. In addition to worrying about recovery, we must now worry about healthcare. And we shouldn't have to make choices between food and medicine, going to the doctor, or buying gas. We all need access to healthcare, and now, more than ever, we need hospitals and clinics which can respond to pandemics. We must get the vaccines and new treatments for COVID-19. We must be ready with ventilators and partnerships with the federal government for our emergency facilities and have pandemic plans. A secure safety net. We must be ready for the next crisis. And this takes a leader in Washington who is trustworthy and will work with local leaders and experts. This is why I am running for Congress. I humbly ask you for your vote. Si Juus Maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Candidate interviews. We wrap up all your senatorial candidates this week, and then we're on to the
Mayors?
the mayors. Yeah, mayors. And then we're going to end with, I want to say congressional. Yeah, don't worry. We're interviewing everybody. Okay?
Yeah.
So your God's is coming up here. Or your Henny. 9:20, we'll go to the K-Wave News Zoom room where it's all incumbents. This morning we have the Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Democrat Senator Speaker Tina Munya Barnes. Good morning, Speaker.
Manana si Juus, Chris and Sabrina, and Manana si Juus to Guam.
We also have a Democrat incumbent, Senator Amanda Shelton. Good morning, Senator.
Hafa everybody. Good morning, Guam.
And then on the Republican side, we have incumbent Senator Mary Camacho Torres. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Hafa Chris and Sabrina. Hafa Guam.
And we'll go ahead and just let you guys know the format is you get a 1-minute opening statement, and then Sabrina and I will ask questions. Each question, you have a 2-minute response time, and then we'll give you a 2-minute closing statement. Now, we're being really firm on the time. Sorry, don't take it personal if I cut you off. Somehow I got stuck with the job of being the moderator. So it's 9:20, and we'll go ahead and start with your opening statement. So, Speaker Barnes, you have 1 minute to address the people of Guam with your opening statement, and that 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, Chris and Sabrina. My name is Tina Munya Barnes. I'm number 5 on the Democrat side of the ballot. I've been your public servant for 7 terms. I've worked in the government for almost 4 decades. It is in my heart to continue to serve. My job is not done here. I want to continue to work on automation. I want to continue to bring new industries in, and I want to advance the opportunities for our younger generation to lead in this very near future. I created the Public Policy Institute, and I want to expound on that. So I have my heart, a lot of hard work. I'm a great facilitator, and I'm number 5 on the Democrat side. Please, I humbly ask that you consider me. Si Juus Maasi.
Thank you, Speaker. Senator Shelton, your 1 minute opening statement begins now.
Hafa, my name is Amanda Shelton, and it has been my honor to serve as your senator in the 35th Guam Legislature. This term, I have worked to help our people by protecting our manamku, by providing opportunities for our youth, by preserving our environment and promoting health and safety for our entire community. And I know our world has been turned upside down, and I want to continue to serve to help our people as we navigate on the road to recovery together. I'm number 6 on the Democrat side of the ballot. I'm Amanda Shelton, and I humbly ask for one of your votes.
Thank you, Senator Shelton. Senator Torres, your 1-minute opening statement starts now.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Camacho Torres, and I'm a candidate for re-election on the Republican side of the ballot. I'm running because we need policies that rebuild Guam's families and remove barriers to opportunity, that restore dignity to our island. Like many of you, I too have raised a family and worry every day about the choices that leaders make, that it directly impacts our children and our grandchildren, and especially our most vulnerable in the community. And I believe, we deserve good leadership. I offer just that. And I want to also thank the people for allowing me the opportunity to serve as long as I have. I am grateful that you've given me your trust for the past 6 years, and every day I've worked to keep that trust. Again, I'm Mary Camacho Torres. I'm number 5 on the Republican side of the ballot, and I humbly ask for your support. Situs Maasi.
Thank you, Senator. Bree, first question.
Many people have said there's been a lack of compassion in the government's response to COVID. And I'm talking about, for example, people that are quarantined over at the government quarantine facility who've wanted exemptions, right, to attend funerals, and it's never been an easy process for them. And then you talk about people that have family members that are non-COVID. This is the story of Galen Cruz, that she's hoping that there will be this caregivers program. But for majority of people are saying that, there's just this lack of compassion when decisions are being made. And I'd like to see what your thoughts are on, do you also feel that there's been a lack of compassion, or do you think, these are the hard decisions that have to be made as we deal with this crisis? And we'll start with you, Senator Mary Torres. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. The thing about our island is we are noted for being a compassionate people, a caring community. So certainly, one of the things that I recall in listening to the physicians advisory group when they were talking about COVID is that one of the greatest travesties of this COVID pandemic is that it leaves us with a very undignified death. Undignified in that oftentimes you die alone, or you die in the merciful arms of a nurse who, gives you that little bit of compassion. So certainly I think we need to have protocols that allow for us to at least, in our custom, tend to our dying, tend to our ill, and come to grips with it. Because after all, the dead will leave us, but the impact and the hurt that they leave to those that are surviving them is great, and we can't be insensitive to that. I think what's also important, though, is that we have protocols that are very clear, clear to people who are arriving in Guam that may need to seek exemptions. I think that you talk about communication, and that is precisely what we need, is greater communication so that everybody is clear about what is it that is expected when you come to Guam. What is it that is required of you? What are the protocols when you want to get an exemption to quarantine? But I think also we have to have a little more gray area when it comes to quarantine too, in terms of if you're a resident and you can sufficiently quarantine at home, you should be allowed. But first and foremost, as Governor Gutierrez, he's a hard act to follow. But he certainly spoke to that you can't have rigid rules, that there's always gray area, but mostly you have to allow people to tend to their loved ones. Absolutely, and without question.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Next question. What a letter...
Speaker Barnes?
Oh, Speaker Barnes. I'm sorry, Speaker. I thought you went first. My bad. Speaker Barnes, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Yes. I just want to share with you that just over the weekend and this past week that I've had to help assist in 4 families trying to seek that relief, that hardship, so that they could be with family. And one family had shared with me that they had to decide that they'd rather that their mom stay at home and die at home, because if they were sent to the hospital, the predicament was that they had to, that she would go by herself. And I think Governor Gutierrez was right in saying that, and I share the same sentiments with Senator Torres, that there are protocols in place and we should follow it. But every case should be looked at in a different perspective. And it's what what can we work with to help the family ease that emotional pain and those struggles that are going to. So as I hear the stories and they continue to come, it's how do we facilitate that with the protocols that we have in place? How much more can we be compassionate, and what gray areas that we can work with to adhere to the pleas of the family? And communication is everything. We're all in this together. We don't have a playbook on how to deal with it, but it is our culture to be more compassionate to the needs of the family. So I think in this area, it's how do we work closely with the family to give that last wish to help the families bring that time together at that last moment in time before that loved one leaves this earth. So communication, because a lot of the protocols are already in place, is how do we follow through and facilitate? Thank you, Bree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next question.
Senator Amanda Shelton.
Oh, did she? Okay, Senator
You
Shelton.
have 2 minutes.
Oh my God, sorry, Senator Shelton, you have 2 minutes now. That's why I'm just moderating.
No problem. Thank you. You must be really excited for that next question.
It's my favorite one.
I think one of the biggest blessings that we can have as families, as Chamorro people, island people, is taking care of our loved ones. It's really something that we see as a blessing, whether we have an aging parent or grandparent, or taking care of someone who's sick. And serving as a caregiver really gives you that kind of special time together to share those moments. And it's a very, very strong bonding moment. And I understand that it's hard for people right now. And that's the hardest thing that a family can go through, is losing someone and not being there to care for one another. And I also understand that we have protocols that are in place to keep us safe and to stop the spread of the virus in our community. But there's definitely room for compassion, and there's room for exceptions. And just like the speaker, our office has facilitated many requests to ask for a hardship exemption from the government quarantine, and to go home earlier, to be with their families for the rosary, to see their families in the hospital, to be there at the funeral. And it's the most difficult, heart-wrenching kind of request to have to fill right now, and to be there to help our people get through it. And it's natural for us to want to be there in the hospitals by their bedside. And so as we learn more about the virus, about the protocols that can keep us safe, that can protect us, as things evolve, I think there is room for us to move quickly along with this new information and allow for some exceptions.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, I forgot the question.
You can ask your question now.
Is it okay now? You sure? Everybody's done?
Yep.
Okay, so again, what letter grade, A through F, would you give the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration's handling of the pandemic, and why? We'll go ahead and start with Senator Torres. You have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
I think in all fairness, if C is an average letter, letter, then it would probably be a C, a middle of the road. What we have to understand is that the governor is dealing with something that is an unprecedented health emergency. And she's also relying on a lot of the practices that are being done across the nation and the world. And, clearly there are things that we can do better. Hindsight is always 20/20. But given that you don't, her first and foremost concern was how to curb a health crisis and overreaction and I'm thinking about the hospital. We didn't want to inundate our hospital to the point where we couldn't take care of our ill. And I think that was a valid concern of hers, is to make sure that people who present themselves to the hospital can be seen. But I think first and foremost, we have to be realistic about how this is not an only on Guam situation. You know, a lot of the struggles that she's going through are the same struggles that other governors across the nation are going through. Unfortunately, you know, we don't, what's also happening across the nation and across the world is that the public trust is corroding as this corona burnout happens. And so it's just human nature. We're tired of being locked down. You know, we're tired of having our so-called liberties taken away, and we're fearful of the unknown. So I would say she is probably performing on average as is every other governor dealing with something that's so unprecedented, and there's no tried and true answer. So I would just have to give her that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shelton, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Thank you. I think there's definitely a room for improvement for all of us. I think the administration has done the best they can with the information, with the data that we've had on hand. And we know that she has the experts from public health, the physicians advisory committee, and those surrounding her to give her the best possible advice to make decisions that are the best for the island. There's definitely room for improvement when it comes to communication, when it comes to messaging. We can see that people are frustrated, our community is suffering, and we want to get out of this state. We want to return to normal when we know there's really no normal to return to in sight. But the messaging can definitely be better to remind the people how serious this is. Well, what we're going through is affecting all of us. And really the motivation, I think, for everything that has been done so far has been to give our community a fighting chance. And so I appreciate what the administration has done to keep our community as safe as possible, to keep people out of the hospital, and to stop the spread of the virus.
Thank you, Senator. Speaker Barnes, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Thank you, Chris. As I shared the same similarities with both senators in this Zoom, I want to take it from an approach, from a two-prong approach, from the health component and the economy component. As we relate to the health, when we first had this pandemic, the administration worked really hard to put all these protocols in place, right? And things were going okay. But then the communication, giving information out to the community was probably needs to be more accessible. The hotline, especially in the last 4 constituent cases that we've dealt with, the communication and just getting an answer from the government on where to go was really, literally difficult from that hotline perspective. So we can always improve on that. So that on the health component, then we would have to give it maybe even a B. On the economic component, it depends on who you talk to. If you're talking to some of the business stakeholders, they'd say this administration flunked because they're not opening up. But how do you take that when we have a fiduciary duty to make sure that our community is safe, to make sure that nobody else tries to get sick or dies on us? So do you choose business or do you choose life? And if you come from the perspective of life, then you know that we can make sure that we try and follow the guidelines, but also know that we've tried as a legislature to put out sanctions for those who violate, and that wasn't accepted. And now the business community is coming back up to us and saying, well, you need to put these sanctions in place. So as working with the economic committee,
Thank you, Speaker.
I give it back.
Thank you, Speaker.
There's a lot of anxiety out here in the community. Suicides have gone up. What will you do if reelected to improve mental health services on our island? And we'll start with you, Speaker Barnes.
Thank you. I've introduced Bill 400 to give the resources that it needs to both public health, mental health, and all that. But I must say that the Public Policy Institute and the cohorts interns who worked with us over the summer shared legislation to give mental health the resources for suicide. I don't know if you guys know that the suicide rates here on Guam have increased, and it's really hard, tremendously. We went from barely 5 to 15, and it's a hard realization that suicide is prevalent here on Guam. We're ranked the highest per capita, but these interns were able to look at this issue and saying we need to get that resources. How do we look for those resources? Get the special funds as it relates to from the Healthy Future funds, work closely with mental health to see what federal grants are out there, and then work with this issue that is literally hurting our community right now, suicide. With everything that's going on, there's a lot of folks that are giving up. And we have to be open to listen to their concerns, but more importantly, we have to look at the different perspectives. And suicide prevention with the interns was very, very key to them and giving them the resources. So there is already a bill there that is being introduced, and the draft is done, and we're working with mental health right now to see how we can move forward with that. And I just want to say thank you for them, because they did appear on your show, and we want to move forward on that bill for them.
Thank you. Senator Shelton?
Well, in this term, I was really proud to support the mental health first aid bill to give funds to the Department of Behavioral Health and Services to train people to respond as first aid responders for people in crisis, to respond to concerns of suicide in our community. And there have actually been, I think, a total of 16 new trained young people in our community just in the past couple of weeks to respond to this crisis. And I will continue to support the department and our other agencies who answer the mental health needs of our community. As a senator in the next term. I'm really thankful also to DOE. In our last roundtable hearing, we heard about how they are allocating a lot of their CARES Act funds to help reach the students and ensure that their mental health is okay at this time, the students as well as the teachers, because we're all going through changes, adapting to this new way of life. And of course, that kind of change is hard for our young people. And I encourage everyone in our community right now to take the time, even though we're physically distant, to lean on one another, to check in on each other, to take the time to text each other, give each other a call, because we don't know how long that kind of little check-in, how far that kind of check-in can go, and knowing that we're still here for each other, even though we're far apart.
Thank you. Senator Torres.
I've always considered mental health and substance abuse as tied in together. A lot of the mental health, the people that are mentally ill also have substance abuse issues. I found in a lot of the dealings that I've had with officials. And so a lot of the legislation that I've had, centers around how do we combat substance abuse? How do we close the revolving door of crime? How do we help people reintegrate into society? Because a lot of the self-worth of people is their ability to support themselves, to live independently, and to build up their self-worth that way. But one of the things that I've been working on for over a year now with the Department of Behavioral Health is how to develop a program that allows families to help those family members who don't either recognize they have a problem or don't want to seek help themselves, by committing themselves. Because there are certain types of programs where you can present someone for evaluation and for treatment, not necessarily against their will, but it's one more tier. So I think that what we have to do really is just not only work with people who have issues, and a lot of it is substance abuse, curbing the drug problem on Guam, but also working with the court system so that people who've had issues can, reintegrate into the community. And then the third part would be to work with families to help their family members get the treatment. Right now, we also need to open up the treatment centers right now during COVID. It's having a bad impact on people who are relapsing.
Thank you,
That's a
Senator.
big issue.
Our next question, it actually comes from one of our viewers. What are you going to do, excuse me, for those who are now unemployed and have no health insurance, who cannot afford the COBRA insurance rates, but do not qualify for Medicare? We'll start with you, Senator Shelton.
Thank you. Yes, I know that this is a big concern for many in our community who have lost their job, and ensuring that we have a continuation of healthcare. And I think that we can address this in the legislature by providing a way forward for universal health care for all the people of our island, regardless of income, regardless of employment. And I will work towards that. And I've also worked in this term to get our people back to work by providing an additional $1 million to the Guam Community College Apprenticeship Program to provide training to another 250 individuals in job markets on Guam that are that need to fill employment, such as truck driving, ship repair, IT work, paramedics, and this is a program. These are programs that people can sign up for and be trained and skilled up to build up our local workforce and get back to work.
Thank you. Senator Torres.
I believe that one of the most practical ways to have access to healthcare is by providing more nurses on Guam. Nurses that can help be staffed at public health, advanced practice registered nurses who now, because of a law that I authored and was signed into law, have full practice authority to their training, and oftentimes fill the gaps when there aren't enough doctors around. But what we currently have right now before us, that has had a public hearing, a bill to have Guam join the Nurse Licensure Compact. And what this does is it not only opens up the window for nurses that are part of the compact states to come to Guam and practice on Guam, but it also frees up and makes it easier for military nurses, wives of military people who are nurses who are stationed on Guam to practice on Guam without having to go through the arduous licensing and expensive licensing on Guam. It also opens us up for telehealth, and it also opens us up for more training for our nurses on Guam to get more training from nurses in licensure compact states. So I think that while we have a public health system and we have a hospital system that is available for people, I believe that the missing link to provide greater service to people would be the availability of nurses, especially specialty nurses. And I think that we need to pursue that avenue because, short of having insurance, there is free public health, but it has to be adequately staffed, and especially with nurses, because they're the starting point for access to care. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker.
Thank you. Again, taping off from Senator Torres, I just want to say Bill 239 has been introduced since last year, and we still don't have the committee report yet. Working really hard to get that done. In the 27th Guam legislature, I introduced universal health care and got crucified for it, but I think that the times are changing and we need to revisit that. Third is I've been working with NACO, which is the Association of Counties, and there's a program that they have that would assess a 4 cents per person charge. But if that goes through, we could ascertain maybe 40% discount on all prescriptions. And that's we're at the draft stages right now, and I think that that could really help, especially because medication here on Guam is rising like you can't imagine. I remember back then I used to pay not even a couple of bucks for a prescription, and now just to get a prescription filled for 30 days cost me 3 times the amount. So that's something that I want to look at. And I've always said what may not have been good back then is better today, or what may have been good back then is not good today. So I think it's about revisiting that, and universal healthcare has to be a part of that equation, because as a government, we need to make sure that we provide for the basic services, and of course, health is one of those key components. So I'm just very appreciative that I can continue to think outside of the box, look for solutions, and maybe we can, as colleagues, getting bipartisan support, bring these solutions to the table. And the bipartisan support I had with Senator Mary Torres on Bill 239, we continue to write letters and ask for that committee report to come out, because working with getting this is an access to 2 million nurses and bringing better training to the nurse component. Because
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Sorry. Next question. Was that everybody?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Next question, conflict of interest. In the 35th Guam legislature, we've seen everything from sitting senators sitting in on public hearings with bills that would, benefit or otherwise impact businesses owned by their family members. We've seen, senators chime in on legislation about game rooms when it appeared they could be conflicted. We've had instances where senators have fought to give funding to organizations headed by their relatives. So that being said, would you say that the 35th Guam legislature did a good enough job of dealing with conflicts of interest during their term? And we'll start with Speaker Barnes. You have 2 minutes to answer the question.
Thank you, Chris. Potential conflicts of interest and interest, those protocols are already in place right now. And as we look at issues that come in hand, we know that we, in our standing rules, have already provisions in place that's saying that if there are immediate family members or immediate relationships that happen within their businesses on RFPs going out or things, even in the legislature, we have a duty to report and acknowledge that, and even send letters to, of course, the presider, that there is a potential conflict of interest. And I must say that I'm sure that my colleagues have been very, very upfront and forefront in making sure that those reports are provided. So as we have the protocols in place, potential conflicts of interest, I mean, everybody on Guam may be related in some way or another, but everybody in this legislature, we have that responsibility that we must report if there's any potential conflicts of interest. And time again, our colleagues have had to bring it up to the forefront, whether they're related immediate relatives or have some kind of connection in one way or another. So.
Thank you, Speaker. Senator Torres, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Thank you. I'm aware in past legislatures where other members also called out where they felt that there might be a potential conflict of interest. They've called out, especially when it comes to voting or to discussion on the floor. I know also that many times in the legislature, when it comes to voting, senators will recuse themselves and they'll move to recuse themselves, and then the body leaves it up to the body to either accept the motion or deny the motion. So those practices, in addition to the protocols that we have in our standing rules, very clearly outline conflicts of interest. I'm not aware necessarily of any particular instance where there was a conflict, I mean, other than with the vote on or discussion on insurance and the choice of insurance in the upcoming year, one senator recused himself because he is employed also with an insurance company, and that's the only one that I'm aware of right now. But I would say also we also have to consider that the legislature is extremely transparent in terms of all of their proceedings are live and recorded and available for review anytime on a YouTube channel. So in terms of participation and voting records and the comments, the transcripts, those all are there readily available either live or for anybody to reference. So in terms of transparency and all that, I believe that this legislature, more than any, is extremely transparent, and that our day-to-day operations are live and on public record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shelton, 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Thanks. I think you asked me the same question one of the last times I was on the show. And I am also aware, as the speaker said, of the laws that we have in place to protect our community and to protect ourselves as government officials. And the standard rules that we've put in place as a body that we all voted for to ensure that we have a transparent process free of any conflict of interest. And I've been very clear that if I were to have a conflict of interest based on my relationships with a business, with a family member, based on what the law provides, then I would certainly make the right decision to remove myself from the process. And that has not come up in the legislature at this time. And I've seen that we've had several times that some of our have removed themselves from a vote. And I will certainly do the same if it's deemed right for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Businesses have shut down. There's going to be a community rally. They plan on taking it to the doorsteps of the legislature tomorrow morning. We don't know if Congress is going to pass another aid package to help families. And the uncertainty of what's going to happen next year is frightening. We could see more businesses shut down. But there is a minimum wage increase scheduled for March 2020. If we're still in this sad shape, would you support legislation to repeal that minimum wage hike? And we'll start with you, Speaker Barnes.
I think it's important, Sabrina, that we have more discussion on this, because I think it's really important to know that based on the national standard alone, the minimum wage average is at over $15 an hour. Guam just increased it, and then there's another one. And I will share with you that even with businesses calling me and asking me what I can do to assist, I think as one who really wants to see the presentation on hand, hear what the economists have to say, and see how it will affect the impact, I think what we need to do is look at the minimum wage component, look at the living wage component, look at what the people have to do. It's about enough amalik, making good on what we as a community deserve to make as we go through our livelihood. And I think that in this effort, I think we need to come to the same table, because we are way below the standard of what is being done nationally. $15 is at the bare minimum right now, and we are still at $8.75. And the business need to work. The businesses need to come and to this table and work with us also, because there needs to be a fair share of how we move forward together. And when we do it together, we have that Malik spirit to move forward for our community. And we brought this up before. It's come up time and time again.
Thank you, Speaker Barnes. Senator Shelton?
Senator Shelton?
as a co-sponsor of Public Law 35-38, which raised the minimum wage gradually over time, I'm in support of keeping this public law in place. However, I remain open to the discussion if there is a need or a call from the business community to put a pause or to put an extension to the law. Of course, I remain open to that discussion. However, I also realize that we increase the minimum wage gradually and in collaboration with the private sector so that we could increase the dollars circulating in our economy. And I think to put a stop to this, to halt the increase of the minimum wage as it's scheduled in March, will stifle that kind of growth that we need at this time to put more money into the pockets of our people so that they can go out and be contributing members of the economy and to put the dollars into the businesses that we need.
Thank you. Senator Torres.
I really think that our businesses, if they are going to survive, need every ounce of help. And a minimum wage increase, even though it's just an incremental increase in March, is not any help to the business community. So I would be in support of legislation that somehow throws a lifeline to businesses so that they can thrive. I think right now what we need more than anything is some breaks, for these businesses. We need to give them some relief. I mean, the idea that when you're out of money, you tax more is not going to happen right now in this COVID situation. No way, because we got to remember that we have our main engine that drives this economy, tourism, with no indication that it's going to come back to anywhere near normal in the next 2 years. The military spending, we hope will offset some of that. But really the core of Guam is the small businesses. That's what keeps us the bread and butter of our economy. They are the bread and butter. So what I would advocate for is more relief to the businesses. What can we do to make it easier for them to keep their doors open? What can we do that would make it easier for them to maintain most of their employees? That's what we got to look at, not putting the nail in the coffin that's going to shut them down forever, with no hope of them coming back. I want to look at what we're going to be post-COVID, or at least post-vaccine. And that means we keep everybody hanging on the vine as best as we can and don't do anything to compromise them falling out of business. So I would not support it at this point.
Thank you, Senator. Next question actually comes from our Facebook Live feed. Aaron de Guzman writes in, ask these senators what letter grade they would give the 35th Guam legislature. And last time, Speaker and Senator Shelton, I don't believe you gave a grade when we asked to grade the administration. So this time, please give a letter grade for the 35th Guam legislature and explain why you gave that grade. And we'll go ahead and start with Speaker Barnes. 2 minutes.
I did give a letter grade to the administration at a B in the weekend work. And if we had to look at the legislature, there's always time for improvement. I would give the legislature a B. And I think because there's always room to improve. And as we continue to write policy to make our community better, I think it's finding solutions, especially with an invisible war that we're in right now. We've tried to work on solutions to help with the pandemic. Of course, depending on who you talk to, we've gotten crucified, but we should never give up. Here on our island, we're culturally connected and we're sensitive. It is in our nature to be respectful and give the hospitality. But I think what we need to do is, for this invisible war that we're going through, we don't have all the answers, and it needs a community to come together. I want to continue to work to see how we can work with them to get our nurses. I don't want to hear about the complaints. Is how do we get resources to our community? One bill is that nursing licensure compact that will help. I've worked with Taiwan, I've worked with CNMI, and I've worked with the Soccer Association to see how we can bring PPEs, and medical needs to our community. So it takes an engagement of working with the community, working with the business stakeholders, working with the administration, and working with the legislature. So there's always room for improvement.
Thank you,
So
Speaker.
that's what I have to share, Chris and Sabrina.
Thank you. Senator Torres?
If I were to assign a letter grade, it would be either a pass or a fail. And in this instance, I would issue a pass to the legislature. We have to remember that even in these COVID times, this legislature, notwithstanding the fact that they have not met physically very often, they have conducted over 20 oversight hearings, public hearings, just oversight hearings and informational hearings on COVID alone. So you can't discount the fact that they've been as responsive as they could, even though we've been staying at home. Number one, there have been a great number of bills passed in the legislature. I think where I wouldn't assign a stellar grade to the legislature this term is I feel, in all honesty, I feel that there could be more camaraderie and communication. I feel that the committees could have worked better as committees instead of committees as one. There are many bills that are held up in committees that don't get reported out, don't get public hearings timely. And there's really not all that much communication when you're the person holding the bill, wanting it to get out. So I think that there can be a little bit more camaraderie. There can be a little bit more of nicety. I mean, we've got some people in there who aren't necessarily civil all the time, and that makes it very difficult to work. This is my third term as a senator, and I came in at one point where mentorship was a big thing. Where people held hands and you were on a first name basis, and that's the way it was. So if it were like that, it would be an A, but right now it's a pass.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Shelton.
Thanks. I'd probably be somewhere in the middle, a pass and maybe a B, I guess what the speaker said as well. And I agree with both of my colleagues here that there's room for improvement. There's room for increased collaboration and collegiality. And I have to say that these two ladies have been some of my best mentors in the legislature, who have really been very supportive of some of my initiatives, and we've worked together very well. So this has been a good working relationship for us. But I think the legislature has done a lot, especially since the pandemic. We've been in session, I think every month since we've been in this pandemic, and we've come into special session. We've been called to regular session and into emergency session. And we've been able to do things like pass the Azuda Mengafa Help for Families Act to give a $500 stimulus to families who were left out of the federal stimulus program. We were able to expand the Dave Santos Act to give small and micro businesses more tax relief, and to make that a retroactive relief to the beginning of the year and extend that to January 2022. So I think we have been hard at work, and there's still more to do and more that we can do.
Thank you, senators, for joining us. We now have reached the end of our program, so we'll give each of you 2 minutes to close, and we'll start with you, Senator Shelton.
Thank you very much, Chris and Sabrina and Jason and the KUAM team, for having us today and giving us this platform to talk to the people of Guam. Again, my name is Amanda Shelton, and it has been my greatest honor to serve you as your senator in this my first term of office in the 35th Guam legislature. And I asked for your continued vote of confidence to continue serving you, to provide opportunities for our families, to help us get back on the road to recovery and rebuild an even stronger island community for all. This term, I've been able to pass landmark legislation like improving our renewable energy standard to 100% to 2045. I've been able to work with my colleagues to strengthen the sex offender registry. I've been able to work to push more money to our institutions of learning to provide better technology and distance learning opportunities in the time of pandemic. I've introduced legislation to increase access to telemedicine and healthcare at the Guam Memorial Hospital. And this is work that I feel called to do to serve the people of Guam. And I ask for your vote. I'm number 6 on the Democrat side of the ballot, Amanda Shelton, Siduous Masi.
Thank you. Speaker Barnes.
Thank you, Sabrina. You know, in closing, I just want to reflect on what the good Senator Mary Torres has mentioned, and it's about coming together. As a community, as a legislature, just everybody in the Famalic spirit, and many choose to sit and complain while some of us do take the time to work really hard. And I just want to say, please, you know, something my parents, Bill and Ann Munya, has shared with me, and even as an athlete, right? They taught me to be a team player. They taught me about loving, caring, and sharing. And when we come together, you know, we become stronger. We become, you know, we truly embrace the spirit of Famalic, and that's what I have to offer. I believe in fairness. I believe in parity. I believe that when we come together, we can have respect for each other, even if we don't agree with each other. Let us agree to disagree, but do it with respect. Respeto para todo. And that's what I bring to the table. I have a lot of hard work. I do a lot of hard work. I'm a great facilitator. I'm number 5 on the Democrat side, but each and every one of you have a very powerful gift, and that's your gift of vote. And please afford us the opportunity for one of your votes. And I say that because in the spirit of working with my 2 other colleagues in this Zoom, they have been very, very respectful and very willing to work collaboratively to bring the people's issues forward and to work with it with a lot of respect. And our work is not done. So please have the heart and consider all 3 of us on this Zoom today. Saina Masi, and God bless you again for always giving us the opportunity to be a part of the show and tell the people how we continue to work hard.
Thank you,
God
Speaker.
bless.
Thank you. Senator Mary Torres.
Thank you. I began the opening by talking about why I'm running again. You know, I'm running because we need policies that rebuild Guam's families, that remove barriers to opportunity and restore dignity to our island. And that's why I've worked across the aisles to expand Guam's family leave laws. That's why I fought for fair chance employment practices, and why I'm challenging new licensing standards to improve Guam's access to health care. But there is more work to do. And this pandemic has shown that we are in dire need of diversifying our economy, of slowing the revolving door of crime, and increasing our access to health care. So if developing new industries and protecting our children and having better access to care matter to you, then please allow me to keep working for you. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs our families to be stronger, and we need policies that we know have a positive impact for all of us. Like many of you, I mentioned I've raised a family, and I worry every single day about the policies that we make that impact them. And, you know, my role in the government and the service that I offer goes back very far. Public service has always been something that, you know, I've been involved with either in the government or in the private sector, having worked as the Deputy General Manager of the Visitors Bureau, as the Executive Manager of the airport, as the General Manager of the Port Authority, managing a private law firm for over 15 years, helping to build Guam Soccer on Guam, but mostly raising a family, you know, and raising responsible people who also service you, you know, the daughter that you'll see in the emergency room, the daughter that you'll see working for civil liberties. I humbly ask for your support, and I just want to continue to do good for you and be that good leader. Siduous Masi.
Thank you, Speaker Barnes, Senator Shelton, and Senator Mary Torres for joining us today. And best of luck to you. Please stay safe.
Wash your hands, and there's virtual Bucci in there if you guys want to take some for the staff on your way out.
Oh, great. Thanks.
That's my grandma's recipe. Okay.
Thank you. Good
Vamos.
luck.
There you go. Speaker Barnes,
Thank you very much.
Senator Mary Torres, Senator Amanda Shelton there with our today's segment of the KUAM News Decision 2020. Good show today, Bree.
Good show. Just as a reminder, you guys can still go vote at the Guam Election Commission, 9 a.m. to is it 4? 4. Oh, but call them, make an appointment first, 477-9791. Masks are mandatory. Bring a blue or black pen, and of course, an ID. If you haven't registered to vote, you can register same day when you go there. But the last day to register is October 23rd, I believe.
Right.
But again, more information, gec.guam.gov.
Thank you. It's 10:12. Guys, this has been The Link on the Breeze, 93.9. Thank you again to Carrier, IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, and Calvo Enterprises. Good job, Bree.
Good job. We also have a trivia question.
Yeah, we'll close the show out. We'll get a winner on the other side here. So it's with our partners at Pepsi, they're doing this great thing with the Pepsi Pizza Report. We're going to be giving away some pizza this week, so keep listening for that. This one, though, we've got some cool prizes. And up for grabs here, we have a $25 gift certificate to Taco Bell and a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi. All you have to do, and we'll take the first correct caller, name 2 famous brands of drinks made and bottled here on Guam at Pepsi Guam Bottling. So first correct caller, 637-0094. Name 2 famous brands of drinks made and bottled here in Guam at Pepsi Guam Bottling. And you win a $25 gift certificate from Taco Bell and a 2-liter Pepsi. Pepsi. It's 10:14, guys. Thank you again for catching the show today. Let's just go ahead and knock this out, I guess. Okay, fine. The Link, good morning. Who's this?
Good.
Oh, okay. Good morning, The Link. Who's this?
This is Van.
Hi, Ben.
What's up, Dan?
Van.
Van. What's up, Van? Name 2 famous brands of drinks made and bottled here on Guam at Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Pepsi and 7-Up.
Very correct, Van. Way to go.
All right.
All right. When are we going to Taco Bell?
Everything.
Hold on, K Van, and I'll get all your info offline.
All right.
Appreciate it. There you go.
Congratulations.
It is that easy, and we'll be doing another giveaway with Pepsi. We're doing it all week long, Ken. We're giving away pizza as well.
Actually, is it pizza?
On
all kinds of
yeah.
Food
Right.
from different locations. Thursdays is pizza, though.
Yes,
for sure.
I'm just saying. I was going to say Thursday we're going to give away pizza. I'm just excited. Pizza. I love it.
Matter of fact, we're going to get pizza today.
Hey, 10:15, Joe Sir, Jason Salas, Master Control, the KUAM news team. Good morning on you guys. Be safe today.
Tomorrow and always.
My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta adios.
Bye.
Now I know what you're thinking, just another love song. Same old story written on a different